Wow, hey, much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. How you guys doing today? 1 second. Yeah, we're live, and I appreciate you guys' patience waiting. Yeah, ran into some issues, difficulties, and everything. But welcome. Thanks for being here. Just doing sound in the background here. Bear with me. And again, thanks for tuning in once again. Taking the time to do that. Appreciate it. And again, we have another episode of Genealogical Stories today. All right, and this is episode 9. We're going to do Beyonce's family tree. Beyonce Knowles, yeah. The famous singer, artist, / actress. I think she came out in a couple movies, yeah. I know she has a huge fan base worldwide. And, I know all the stories about her and what they say and all this crazy stuff that's coming out now. hey, apart from all that, we're gonna try to get to know Beyonce's heritage, true ethnicity, genealogy, and things like that. All right. So we got her family tree here. Sorry, I'm just trying to do multitask right now. So many things. Yeah, it's a little difficult during this time of day. Kids are out of school, a lot of people here. Internet be acting up. But we figured it out, and I think we're good for now. And I got a little interesting moth flying around here in my room. Oh, don't land on me, man. Hey, man, listen. Moderators, please get Sarah out. Sarah Jacob, telling me to hurry up and stop bullshitting. Yeah, man, just get these kind of people out, please. And just don't just ban them, like hide them completely. I'll do it myself. Yeah. I have certain people that are in love with me. No homo. And they like to troll. They create different accounts and they come and yeah. Hey, moderators, I'm gonna be reading a lot, so I'm not gonna be looking at the chat, guys. If you're asking me questions, it's gonna be hard because I'm gonna be looking at the tree. So yeah, hey, nah, man, didn't I time you out once? Yeah, man, just come with respect, man. Just come with respect. And I know when people are being subliminal. You can't. Nah, you can't play those games with me. I already know when you come in subliminal in the chat, and I know the past history of what you said before in previous videos, and I had to time you out and stuff. So just behave, yo. All right. Yeah, if you keep spamming that, like this is why I timed you out. Hey, Turtle Gang. That's why I timed you out last time, man. Don't be spamming my chat, please. So you already represented 3 times. Good for you. I guess Turtle Gang's in the house. All right, please don't spam my whole video with that, my whole presentation with that in the chat. You did that last time, and I had to time you out. Hey, so moderators, look out for that. Thank you. All right. It's not funny to me, man. So we're gonna get into the tree real quick. Yeah, I've been working on the tree for a couple days. She has a very vast tree. All right, we're gonna read a couple things first. Gonna read a couple things here, of course. All right, again, thank you. We're live. I kind of had to rush and do multitask here, and so just bear with me today, okay? Have patience. If you're in a hurry, just come back later. Rewatch it some other time. Don't worry about it. All right. Okay. Beyonce, it says here. All right. Just move things around. There we go. Actor, actress, musician, right? Everybody knows Beyonce, right? So yeah, right, married to Jay-Z, Sean Carter, who, because that's her husband, his stuff was coming up. I was gonna do it together with hers, but it's each tree is so complex, so many people that would take hours. So we're gonna do Beyonce first, and we're gonna get into Sean Carter himself and his genealogy. That's the next episode. All right, look out for that. Make sure to subscribe. Please share and like the video. Again, we all know Beyonce Knowles, born in Houston, Harris County, Texas. If you didn't know, date of birth September 4th, 1981. All right, so we're gonna dodge the hijack, of course, because we're gonna prove. I'm gonna show you guys ain't no Africans, ain't no Africans popping up at all. So dodge the hijack with the whole African American. Yeah, they just mean so-called black or melanated Americans, colored, so-called colored, couple colored tribes. Why don't they just say American, right? Why they gotta always put an African in the beginning? They don't do that to everybody else, right? So she's says here her dad is just straight up average. I mean, that does not describe her dad. I'm gonna show you guys his genealogy as well, and then you guys can just kind of like put it together on based on what you're gonna see. Now on the mother's side, they're saying Louisiana Creole, huh? Including what they're calling people of color, right? African, French, Acadian, French Canadian, as well as distant Irish and Breton, remote Penobscot First Nations. Huh? Penobscot, huh? Indians? First Nations, huh? So this is what I'm saying. If you're new to my work and you're gonna be like, what's he talking about? Why is he trying to make everybody just Indian or European? And no, this is what I'm gonna show you what the genealogy shows. All right, apart from what you thought you knew, apart from what they told you in elementary school, all those false narratives, I didn't really find no Africans here. All right, I'm gonna show you guys. And when they're talking again a lot about French Acadians, make sure to check out my previous videos. I have a whole video on the French Acadians, all right, and how they were described. I mean, let's not forget that. Okay, and so when you're saying that she's mixed with African and French Acadian, that's a whole bad way of putting it. That's just, you know, that's just gonna confuse you. That's the lies we grew up with. All right. So it says here, Beyonce also credited as harmonies by the Hive Queen Bee, Third Ward Trill, Sasha Fierce, and Beyonce Knowles is an American singer, songwriter, and actress. She was a member of the top-selling R&B girl group Destiny's Child, in case you didn't know, along with Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams, and also originally LaToya Luckett and LaTavia Robertson. Beyonce has starred in the films Carmen, a hit opera Austin Powers and Goldmember, The Fighting Temptations, The Pink Panther, Dreamgirls, Cadillac Records, Obsessed, Epic, and Disney's The Lion King. The latter two in voice role. Her songs include Crazy in Love, Baby Boy, Me, Myself, and I, Check on It, Deja Vu, Irreplaceable, Beautiful Liar, If I Were a Boy, Single Ladies, Halo, Run the World, Girls, Drunk in Love, Formation, Perfect Duet, Break My Soul, and Cuff It, and you guys know, and so on, right? She has won the most Grammy Awards of any person at 32, the most Grammys ever, huh? You know, we're definitely not gonna hate on that part of her talent, right? Her skills in singing. Beyonce is the daughter of Tina Knowles, born Celestine and Beyonce. All right, this is where Beyonce is getting her first name from. It's her mother's maiden name, and this is a form of way they were writing it. Okay, so we're gonna verify everything we're gonna read now. Okay, so it says a fashion designer. This is her mom again, and Matthew C. Knowles. That's her dad. A business person and a talent manager. Her sisters is a singer and actress, Solange Knowles. All right, we all know Solange too. They are the first sisters to have each had #1 albums. She is married to rapper and music producer Jay-Z. aka Sean Carter, right? With whom she has 3 children, including Blue Ivy Carter, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, are in a band together, the Carters. Beyonce is a stepsister of actress Bianca Lawson. Her mother is married to Bianca's father, actor Richard Lawson. Beyonce's father is African American. Gosh, the hijack. What Africans, huh? Show me, prove it. DNA test you're talking about? You talking about DNA test, spitting in a tube? Come on now. Beyonce's maternal grandparents were French-speaking Louisiana Creoles, all right? French-speaking. With roots in New Iberia. Their ancestry was mostly, it says here, African and French. So again, dodge the hijack with these online articles, with these mainstream false narratives, right, that they teach everybody. We're gonna see. So the French part, though, definitely on point with the French part. A lot of French you guys are gonna see, including French ancestors who lived in Canada. Through her mother's line, Beyonce is a great granddaughter of Acadian leader Joseph Broussard. Believe it or not, guys, I believe we read about him in my Acadian video. I didn't even know this was her ancestor. But I was familiar with the name based on other genealogies I had done for some people in Louisiana, Texas, and so I was very familiar with these, the Treyhounds, the Broussards, and the Camuks. There's so many Acadian names, Cajun names. So this one in particular, his leader, we're going to read more about him a little bit, Joseph Broussard, right? This is her ancestor, and a descendant of Jean Vincent de Abadie, the Saint Castin. We're going to read about him too, born 1652, and his wife, Marie Mathilde Pidiansky Penobscot, born in 1658. Okay, so I was gonna go live yesterday, guys, and then I'm like reading these stories about her possibly being, from this chief right here, of these people right here, the Panawapskik people, and we're gonna see another form of that here. Let me see. So this is again. Let me go back just to see what we're reading. You guys can see what we're reading here. All right. This is the history of Castine, Maine. All right, it's named Castine after this guy, her ancestor, guys. Pretty deep. History of Castine, Penobscot in Brooksville, Maine, including the ancient settlement of Pentagoet, who her ancestor established with Indians. Right, it was later abandoned and destroyed, I believe. We're gonna read on a little bit. So this is from 1875. Okay, hold on. So they were just, again, let's go back. Nope, not here. So she is the descendant, again, of Jean Vincent, the Abbe, the Saint Castin. All right, that's what we're reading about here. Now, remember, just told us he married Marie Mathilde, or Pidiansky, a Penobscot or Abenaki Indian, the daughter of Mado Kawando. Says the character attributed to Castin differs according to the various prepositions of those describing him. He was generally held in high esteem by the French, by whom he is said to have been a man of sound understanding and quite solicitous of honor. His relations, however, with the governor Monsieur Perrault were not very amicable, and at one time the latter detained him 70 days upon the charge of a weakness he had for some females by the Indians, over whom he had great control. So he was a woman guy, huh? He was kind of getting around, huh? He was considered in the light of a tutelar divinity. He was feared as well as hated by the English, who accused him of inciting the savages against them and of providing them with arms and ammunition. They made several attempts to induce him to desert the French cause, and at one time Mr. Palmer, a judge at New York, offered him a grant of all the lands he claimed as his upon his becoming a British subject. He always, however, refused to recognize the English and thereby preserve the possession of the place to the French His letters show him to have been a very cautious man and unwilling to avouch anything he might not be able to sustain. He was also a man of means, having come into an inheritance in France about the year 1686 of 5,000 livres a year. There is no doubt but that he was at one time quite licentious, but he afterwards reformed, right? So he stopped doing that. And about the year 1687 or 1688, he was married to the daughter of Mado Kawando, a sagamore of the Taratinas, all right? This is another name, specific clan. All right, we get more specific of, again, guys, this is her ancestors, all right? She has this ethnicity, this heritage with the indigenous people of Maine and Acadia. They're the same kind of, they were kind of all over that area. Right? So not just French Acadians that came from France, but actual indigenous people from that area. Tara, or hey, King Tara, like Tara, like the Irish annals of Tara, Tara, and the Israelites going over there. Remember Tara? Just saying. All right. So it keeps going. Now he had more kids. We're gonna see that, but I just wanted to show you this is actual, at least them, real people. He did marry the Indian, so they're saying that this is her ancestors, right? And this website says Beyonce is also approximately 132 Irish ancestry. So that's all these numbers and stuff. They're basing on false narratives and what they think. She might be a little more Irish than they think, or all these numbers. So again, the mother's maiden name is Beyonce. Through her Broussard line, she is a third cousin of gospel singer and graphic artist Karen Showell. Beyonce has said that she has Nigerian ancestry. She may have discovered this through a DNA test. All right, guys, big one. All right, paid attention. Oh, she said she's Nigerian, right? Oh, so how'd you know? How'd you find that if it doesn't show up in your genealogy at all, or any of your oral traditions from your family? None of your family ever saying that. Oh, have. She may have discovered that by spitting in a tube. Spitting in a tube, guys. Do you understand? Genealogy over false DNA test, all right? Do your genealogy. That's your true ancestors. Stop being lazy and stop wanting to be something just because of belief. All right, if you're not doing your genealogy, then what's the point of you talking about your ancestors? If not, don't if especially if you want to judge others by it and judge yourself by it, and like that's all you talk about. But yet you don't do genealogy to really find out. You're spitting in the tube, so they can tell you, oh yeah, you Nigerian. Oh yeah, Ghana. 2% Indian, 2% Choctaw. All right. Beyonce's mother has also been described as having Cherokee and or Choctaw Native American ancestry. Now listen to what it says. It is not clear if this ancestry has been verified or documented. We're going to show the people, right? We're going to show the people on her mom's side and her dad's side. You guys decide from what you guys know. Nothing specifically came up, especially on her mom's side. Her mom's side, very French, very, different areas of where the Choctaw and the Cherokee were. So that's why they even telling you right here it hasn't been verified. But you know that all these people are mixing with American Indians. So once you guys see the tree, you'll be like, oh yeah, she's probably related to these people. She's probably related because based on where her surname and her families are, right? You guys know. So it says no Cherokee Native American ancestors appear on publicly available family trees of Beyonce's mother, right? Like I said, that doesn't, all right? One book biography, Crazy in Love, the Beyonce Knowles biography, also refers to Beyonce's mother having Spanish, Jewish, or Sephardic, maybe, Chinese, what Chinese, and Indonesian ancestry. It is also not clear if this is accurate. Guys, none of that. Well, okay, so a lot of these names, right? A lot of these surnames are cryptos. You guys know that, right? So a lot of them are Spanish or Spanish ancestry or Jewish or Sephardic Jewish, Moorish, you know, especially when it comes Huguenots and all these, right? Huguenots, Acadians. Come on, man. We know, right? Let's not forget the previous presentations. So that part, I can say why they were saying that. Chinese, I have no clue. I didn't see any Chinese pop up, Indonesia or anything like that. So, like I said, it's not clear if this is accurate. To me, that's not accurate. I didn't see it. But, if she wants to be that and, it makes her more famous, and hey, she can say whatever, right? Beyonce does not speak French or Spanish, but she has sung in Spanish before. A picture of Beyonce's maternal grandparents can be seen here. Okay, I think I got that image open somewhere. Let me see. So we're gonna verify all this, all right? I'm gonna show you guys all these pictures, who these people are, what they look like. Let me close this. All right. So this is Daily Mail. So that's where she gets her good looks from. Beyonce pays tribute to late grandparents Loomis and Agnes with old photographs. All right. Again, I got all these in colored. I colorized the same pictures. All right. That's her grandfather, who can pass for white and did. I think I saw some records. A lot of her people were, yeah, just passing for white, guys. This is Agnes. Got her in color too. We're gonna show it. So we went up both of their genealogies, so both of their trees. So we're gonna take a look at that. It says Beyonce, who was born in 1982, never met her grandparents. Although there are conflicting dates out there. Loomis allegedly passed away in 1982, while Agnes said to have died in 1980. The couple were French-speaking Louisiana Creoles who moved to Galveston, Texas, where they raised their children. Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, and Tina's brother. All right, that's Beyonce and her mom. All that mixture you guys are gonna see is, you know, that's what they represent. This is what, very good-looking people, I would say. To be honest, even at her mom at her age, right? So, a lot of history, a lot of stories in their genes and heritage. Agnes was sought after seamstress as a young woman in Louisiana and created embellished clothing for wealthy clients and her own children. Agnes is the inspiration behind Beyonce and Tina's clothing line, House of Darion. You're gonna see why it's called Darion. That's one of her surnames. Okay? Meanwhile, Beyonce's first name is a tribute to the family's name, Beyonce. Beyonce. Okay, so I just wanted to show you what they were talking about there. It says Beyonce's paternal grandfather was, sorry, Matthew. Matthew Q. Knowles, the son of Taylor Knowles and Gurley May Miller. Matthew was born in Alabama. All right, so now we're talking about areas where, yeah, it could be possible mixture with Choctaw or other tribes, there, so-called Cherokee, you know. So that's what I was saying. You guys look at the names, the years, and the places. You be like, yeah, she might be related to these people. She might be, Taylor was the son of James Isaac Knowles and Sarah Elizabeth Dixon. All right. So again, this is her paternal side. They were saying that was through her maternal. That's what I was saying. I didn't see none of that in the maternal, but in the paternal, yeah, we got people in Alabama. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the stories are there, but they just, how we get the oral stories mixed up. A lot of by the time it gets to you, it's like all mixed up. People just adding things and mixing things up, but through her paternal line, definitely these people, a lot of them were in Alabama and all these areas. So yeah, possible Choctaw mixture there, where whoever brought these European names, which unless proven to me, I would say most of these were black European colonists who brought these last names. They mixed with American Indians. Many, a lot. They mixed with the American Indians. That's how they got access to the land and everything. And a lot of them came alone. They didn't come with their wives or were women, and they were indentured or convicts or prisoners of war or whatever. They just came over and they got with the American indigenous women a lot of the time. Yeah, these are a lot of the time again all melanated folks. Don't think just black, white, African and French. You know, that's the whole hijack of way of saying it. Okay. Beyonce's paternal grandmother is Lou Helen Hogue, sorry, the daughter of Dave Hogue, and Hester Moore. Moore. Lou was born in Alabama. Davis was the son of Jim Hogue and Rosetta Moore. Hester was the daughter of Pinckney Moore and Irenia Gorey. All right. It's actually, I noticed in the tree, people were mistaken Pinckney Moore for Pinckney Madison Moore. Two different people. Yep. So he's not the Madison. It's actually just Pinckney Moore. That's correct. The Madison is another guy. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean. Beyonce's maternal grandfather was Loomis Albert Beyonce, the son of Alexandre Beyonce, and Mary Olivia or Olivier. Loomis was born in Decameron, Vermilion, Louisiana. Beyonce's maternal grandmother was Agnes Derion, House of Derion, right? Just like her business. The daughter of Eugene Gustave Derion de Serron and Odelia Brozard. Agnes was born in Decameron, Louisiana, and was prominent seamstress. Eugene Gustave likely was the son of Eloy Jacques de Rouen. Odelia was the daughter of Eloy René Rosemont Broussard, who was white, Dodge the hijack, of French descent, and of Celestine Josephine. All right, so that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people are in some records black, in some records mulatto, and some records white, but they're only saying white here because he's French descent, and so according to everybody, right? According to the teacher, your teachers in school, all Europeans were so-called white or pale skin. So that's what I'm saying. That's the hijack, all that. Oh, we're gonna see what Celestine looks like too. Lessie, Lesse, Lesser, Lacey, Lassie, Lessassier. Those are different forms of her last name, possible variations. Who was black mixed race black? All right, black mixed race black. Okay, what does that mean? Come on, crayon color mixed race crayon color. Huh? What does that mean? Come on, you see? So hopefully, celebs.com step up their game with their research, even though they helped out a lot in a lot of these celebrities' genealogy. They have the whole, mainstream false narratives and confusions and crayon colors terms. We gotta, all of us collect. We gotta start telling the stories better, more in detail, and more correctly. You know. And the daughter of a slave mother. Oh, really? I didn't. Guys, you'll see. Like, you'll see what I found. Something we already know regarding these slave schedules. We're gonna prove it today. Beyonce's family kind of proved it because they didn't want to, I guess, be testified as slaves. So they were like, wait a minute, wait, his slaves are his family. It's just the family they're putting in the slave schedule. We'll see. You'll see. Eloy and Josephine had many children together and possibly married. A picture of Beyonce's great grandfather, Eugene Gustav, can be seen here. All right. You guys ready for that picture? Oh, that's not it. Let's see. Uh, did I close it? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's click on it. Okay. So this is when he's older. All right. What do you mean, white? That's what I'm saying, guys. What you mean, white? There's another picture of him younger, and even though he still looks a little melanated, he can in that younger picture he can like look like he can pass for white. I got it on the tree. I'll show you guys what I mean. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. Darion, House of Darion, Beyonce. She arrives at the Grammys. Oh yeah, I'm about to break all the records. Okay. So Beyonce's descended from Acadian hero, Cajun pioneer. We're on HollywoodAncestry.com. Beyonce's family tree can be traced back to French colonials from Acadia and down to so-called Afro Creole survivors of slavery. What Afro? That's what I'm saying, guys. We gotta fix the narratives. We gotta correct the narratives. Beyonce has become a household name in the United States and worldwide. The multi-platinum Grammy Award-winning artist stuns audiences the world over with her vocals, music videos, live concerts, and acting. What many may not know is that Beyonce comes from a very unique and mixed ancestry, which makes for a fascinating look at her family tree. Descent from an Acadian forefather. Through her mother, Beyonce is the sixth great granddaughter of Joseph Broussard, the legendary leader and hero of the Acadians. All right, he's in my Acadian video. I didn't even know I was talking about Beyonce, but I kind of figured, I swear I did. I pictured people like Beyonce when I was thinking about the descendants of all these people in Louisiana, all these so called Creoles, Cajuns. Yeah. So, the legendary leader here of the Acadians. Very important. If you guys haven't watched my Acadian video, go check it out. Who were the Acadians? What's their ethnicity? What were they described like in these primary sources in general, right? Not, one time, even if we see a light skinned Acadian, doesn't mean they were all like that, because in general, they were described as very, very dark, swarthy like an Indian. Yeah, swarthy like an Indian. All right, French colonists who settled in what is now Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Canada. The descendants of these colonists would eventually migrate to Louisiana. Descent from Joseph Broussard, right? So we got Jean-Francois Broussard, Joseph Broussard, Armand, Joseph Rosemont, Eloy René Rosemont, Odelia, Agnes. All right, we already saw Agnes. Celestine, her mom, and Beyonce. That's the line. Okay. And through another Broussard, we're going to follow her to the indigenous people of Maine. All right. So I hope the chat's going well. Nobody's all right. I hope you guys are respectfully building. Thank you. Joseph Broussard. It says Acadian leader and hero. Now remember, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, all these people. A lot of initially they were getting raided. Their people were being enslaved into Europe, Cape Verde. We've got the drop. We've got the drop already. In reverse, like from the 1500s, being enslaved. All right. And of course, French coming over, English, but French were a little different. They kind of mixed in more with the Indians, had families with them and stuff. Beyonce's sixth great grandfather, Joseph Broussard, was born on the 19th of October, 1702, in Port Royal, in what is today Nova Scotia, Canada. At the time, this area was a French colony and known as Acadia. And Joseph's father, Jean-Francois Broussard, came to the New World from France, where he met and married Joseph's mother, Catherine Richard, who was born in the colony. Their son, Joseph Broussard, married Agnes Thibaudux, a daughter of colonials born in the French colony. Together, they would have a large number of children. Broussard lived in a tumultuous time in the region. In 1713, the French colony of Port Royal was captured by and ceded to the British. Some of the French colonists, estimated at 30 or more, intermarried with the indigenous population, most notably the Mi'kmaq. Together, the French and the Mi'kmaq were living under British rule, which you could imagine was not a fun time for all. In the midst of the aggression between the French and the British, Joseph Broussard had participated in several wars and battles, at least 8 that we know of. All right, this is her ancestor, guys. During King George's War, Broussard began resisting the British occupation of Acadia, participating in the Battle of Grand Prix, in which the Acadians, and Mi'kmaq combined forces against the British. Joseph Broussard became known by the nickname of Beau Soleil, or translated from the French, beautiful sun. All right, so I did see this pop up. I didn't know. I thought it was just his middle name. and Father Luther's War. All right, he also fought there. Broussard participated in some bloody skirmishes. As wars tend to go, things got pretty sick when the British were offering bounties for the heads of Micmac, and the French were offering bounties for British scalps on the 13th of May. So remember, it's not just country versus country. Let me go back into our previous studies and our research so you guys can understand the context of what's going on. These French colonists are actually mostly Huguenots. Huguenots. A lot of them Sephardic Jews, ex-Moors, Protestants. Protestants, right? Reformed Protestantism. So these British, these specific British at this time are part of the Catholics. And that's why they are taken, because there's another type of war, right? Religious war. That's the whole thing about religious persecution and people coming over here for religious freedom. That was because of the Catholics going after all these Christian sects, Protestants and Muslims, Sephardic Jews, all that. So that's so I hope you guys so don't just think country versus country. All right, that's not what it is, because they were some French Catholics who were somewhere else, and the British weren't beefing with them, because if they're Catholics, right? They're good, but they knew who to go to war with. So again, these Protestants are allying with the Indians against the Catholics. During the French and Indian War, the Acadians were forcibly removed and deported by the British. Some of the Acadians were the second generation born in the region, and some had indigenous roots. A lot did. We went over that in my Acadian video, guys. It was law for them to take on an indigenous wife, Micmac, the Abenaki. And then when they went down to Louisiana, they say, hey, ain't nothing better than a Choctaw woman. If you ain't gonna marry a Choctaw woman, then don't marry at all. Literally. That's what they were saying. We read that. We read that in my video. This event became known as the expulsion of the Acadians, or the Great Deportation. The British plundered and burned Acadian settlements, and the Acadians were forced to go back to France or elsewhere in the New World, all right? A major diaspora happened to the Acadians, guys. We went over it in my video. They literally had to flee or got enslaved, sent, deported, or they had to flee. And they fled everywhere. Many Acadians are your so-called slaves, indentured servants, or Negroes, or runaways trying to get back north. After everything had settled down, they were trying to get back north. Remember that supposedly Harriet Tubman got the inspiration of the Underground Railroad from the Acadians' Underground Railroad. Why was this Underground Railroad going to Canada, guys? That's the real reason there was an Underground Railroad. It's all right. Again, if you're new to my work, or at least not my work, but the research that we've all done in this community, this ain't none of this is mine. We're just retelling the story correctly with the sources, right, that exist. Make sure to catch up on the presentation so you guys can have the full context of what we're reading right now. During the period of deportation, Broussard and his family fled into the woods along with several other Acadian families. Broussard became the leader of an armed resistance that assaulted the British for 3 years between 1755 and 1758. During this period, a French officer described Broussard as one of the bravest Acadians. In 1758, Broussard and his 4 sons armed a ship and attacked the British up and down the bay. Soon the Acadian families in hiding were reduced to famine and eventually surrendered to the British. Among them were Broussard's family, who became prisoners held at Fort Edward. Later they were held at Halifax, where Broussard was imprisoned for about a year, being released. Alright, so I actually read a story about Broussard, why he was really imprisoned after his family was released. He did something else. He did something else. So he was in prison for something else after they were released, So it says here, founding the Cajuns of Louisiana. After his release, Broussard chartered a ship to take himself, his family, and many other Acadians to present-day Haiti. Hey, Kurimeo, I'm Haitian. what's my genealogy like? Hey man, it's very complex down there, man. It's a lot of history down there and a lot of people going through there. And when it comes to French, hey, a lot of them were Acadians, a lot of them were Huguenots, but a lot of them were Catholics too. That's why there was a civil war in Haiti in those times. Yeah. So they went to Haiti first, right? The climate and the disease killed many of the Acadian refugees in Haiti. So not only in Haiti, they went to Jamaica, they went to a lot of islands there. Again, these people had to flee all over the place. They went to France, they went to the East Coast, North Carolina, Maryland, all these places. They were running away. They were always trying to get back somewhere. And eventually, Louisiana became that spot for them. So because of all this that's going on in Haiti, Broussard led a group of 200 Acadian survivors to Louisiana, arriving aboard the ship Santo Domingo, 27th of February, 1765. All right, 200s from Haiti, of Acadians, and then up in Louisiana. All right, hey, yeah, please stay on topic. Uh, you know, let's just stay on topic, guys. Thank you. And if you get timed out, don't worry. It's just a quick timeout, just to like, we want to be able to stay on topic, pay attention what we're learning, because this is important. This is very important. I like usually doing this, pre-recorded. That way there's no interruptions in the chat, but I also like the interactive part. I like people being here and actually, because sometimes people don't sit through these videos. So, appreciate it. Thanks for staying on topic. So, a lot of these Acadians came from Haiti. All right, you guys see, this is one example. And Beyonce's family was there. Okay? Arriving aboard the ship Santo Domingo on the 27th of February, 1765, all right? What ships? They didn't came from Africa. The Acadians settled quickly, and in April 1765, Joseph Broussard was appointed captain of the militia and commandment of the Acadians. Here in Louisiana, the Acadians would come to be known by a corruption of their name, Cajuns. The Cajuns developed their own dialect, Cajun French, as well as distinct music and cuisine that influences the Louisiana region to this day. Merging of Cajun and Afro-Creole lineages and Beyonce's ancestry, right? We'll dodge the hijack. Dodge the hijack big time. All right, you'll see why. So it says Joseph Broussard's second great-grandson, Eloy René Rosemont Broussard, remarried Celestine Josephine Lassie, an Afro-Creole woman who may have been formerly enslaved by his father. May have? She may have been formerly enslaved, guys. She may have. Why? Because she's so-called black and he's light-skinned. Remember, he's Acadian, but remember, a lot of generations. So second great-grandson of Joseph. So a lot of generations have gone by after Joseph Broussard, the Acadian Huguenot. The Huguenot. So it doesn't mean that he's light because he's French or because you don't know. Like there's you'll see. So again, a lot of these people, even though they look like this, they're being labeled black, mulatto. And so they're trying to make him the evil white slave master, right? And her the African slave. Dodge the hijack. They were married in March 1873 at New Iberia Church in St. Martin. The marriage was a formality, as they had been in a relationship for some time and had already had children together. All right, they already been together, having kids. They grew up together. It says together, Eloy and Celestine had a daughter, Odelia Broussard, who was born on 15 December 1863. Uh-oh. All right. Yo, Netflix, not right now. Yep. So again, they had a daughter named Odelia Broussard, who was born on 15 December 1863. In census records, her race is listed as mulatto, an old term used to describe people born of one white parent and one black parent. The term is now outdated and considered derogatory. Odelia married Eugene Gustave de Reon, who was also born of a white parent and a black parent. All right, again, dodge the hijack with the crayon colors. I'm going to show you guys. So remember, Eugene Gustave is the guy we saw earlier. All right, this is who they're saying. This is who they're talking about. Yeah, this article is very mainstream. So obviously, that's why I say we got to dodge the hijack. So I'm reading it just so people could understand the general info out there, and then we're gonna show the actual genealogy, right? Like, plus we already know the history, the true history. Okay, so this is who they're talking about. Talking about he had a white parent and a black parent. Together, the couple had a daughter, Agnes, born on July 1st, 1909. Agnes is the grandmother of Beyonce. All right. Yeah, this is Odelia. But you guys are gonna see she was being listed as mulatto and colored many times. And of course, some passing as white. And again, this is Eugene right here when he was young. Same person, guys. This is him. That's him when he was young. I got all these in color. Eugene Gustave's surname, de Rouen, was variously spelled de Rouen, de Reon, and de Resson in records, as there was generally no spelling standardization during the time. Today, Beyonce's fashion line is called House of de Reon, in honor of her grandmother, Agnes de Reon. De Rouen. Agnes de Rouen married Loomis Albert Beyonce. The surname of her grandfather, Beyonce, was the inspiration of Beyonce's given name. All right, so in conclusion, we've taken a quick and wild ride following Beyonce's lineage from France in the 1600s to Canada in the 1700s to Louisiana in the 1800s and to the present day. One thing is for sure, as we look at the combination of her ancestors, they've got a lot of fighting spirit and don't give up easily. I think the same could be said of Beyonce, who has worked hard as an artist to get where she is today. All right, well, some may disagree. She got connections and did some things too, but that's a whole different story. And you know, some say she may be a victim now. A lot of videos coming up, but again, a whole other topic, right? Whole other topic, yo. Everybody's probably like, hurry up and get to the tree. The French Canadian genealogist website. It says here Beyonce's Acadian to Cajun roots. She said, my daddy Alabama, mama Louisiana. You mix that Negro with the Creole, make a Texas bomber. All right, so, all right. Kind of true, kind of like putting apart certain people that were also so-called Negro. So dig into Beyonce's roots and you'll find they lead back to Alabama, Texas, North Carolina, and Georgia. Dig even deeper and you'll find a mix of Creole, Cajun, Acadian, French, and African roots. What Africans? The Texas bomber was born Beyonce Knowles on September 4th, 1981, in Houston to Matthew Knowles and Celestine Tina Ann Beyonce. Her sister, Solange Paget Knowles, was born on June 24th, 1986, also in Houston. Beyonce's name's derived from her mother's maiden name. All right, we got all that. Beyonce grew up in Houston, spent most of her spare time dancing, singing, and performing. By the age of 8, she was already performing in talent shows with an all-girl pop group. By 1996, the group became Destiny's Child. That was the start of a very successful career. All right, so we know the whole story, right? So then they're trying to define here Creole, which is not really, not always African. The native part, now this makes sense. French descent and Spanish with Native American genes. What Africans? A lot of all these people you're naming are melanated. So you gotta dodge the hijack when they explain it like that. So however, this identity has evolved over the years and it's very fluid. Read more in detail. So see, Acadian, on the other hand, is a derivative, an anglicized version of the French term Acadian, Acadian, the short form Acadian. The majority of Acadians came to Louisiana from Acadia. All right, so check out the Acadian video I got. So it says Beyonce's enslaved ancestors. Again, we're just reading this to get the general stories they tell us, and then we're going to verify. As we keep climbing Beyonce's family tree, we came across her grandmother Agnes de Rohan's mother, Odelia Broussard. On multiple census records, Odelia is recorded as mulatto, considered a derogatory term nowadays. It signifies the first generation of offspring of a black person and white person. Gosh, the hijack, you see? Many Indians were being labeled mulatto without any African ancestry. All right? Check out the book, by Jack D. Forbes, Africans and Native Americans. All right? Many people in the 1700s being labeled mulatto with no African ancestry. So what do you mean black and white? Those are crayon colors. Why don't you get specific and get detailed? We in 2024. Those games don't work anymore. Here's an extract of the 1880 U.S. Census. All right, we got a U.S. Census. So they put Eli as in as white. That's what I was telling you. If you didn't look, based on what the census taker said, and everybody else mulatto, right? So we got a white dad and a mulatto mom. Everybody is mulatto. I guess that's what that combination makes, right? So where's the so-called black? Where's the so-called black for all the children being mulatto? All right? And they were even classifying Indians as white. Let's not forget that, right? Making Indians white. I got a whole video on that in Virginia. Was Josephine a former slave? Probably. Remember the other article said she may have. Now they're saying probably. Why? Because again, only because he's dark complexion and he's light, so he might not have been a slave. Yeah, he could have been indentured too. So it appears that Eloy and Josephine might have married at the New Iberia Church. They certainly had children just before this date. And looking at 1860 U.S. slave schedule for Eloy, the data about the unnamed, listen to this, the data about the unnamed enslaved persons do match the ages and sex of his future wife and children. What are these slave schedules? Okay? Oh, man. It's like they snitching on themselves but don't realize it. As I've been trying to tell you guys, these are just the family. A lot of the time, these slave schedules has just the family members on it. And then they come with the regular census, and then everybody's just free white, free colored, free, you know? Just like we saw testimony of a living person. Shout out to Wanagi. In his channel, he got a video, lady getting interviewed. They're trying to make her African because they're saying her grandma was enslaved by her grandfather, her husband. She's like, well, no, they're just family. They just came with the slave schedule, put us as slaves, and they came with the regular one, and we're just family. She didn't know anything about that slavery stuff. Yes, back then, indentured servitude, a lot of this, that was your real slavery. And a lot of people indentured their own kids, or they bought their own kids so they wouldn't be sold, or, you know, based on the status of the mom sometimes. It's a long story. If you got the time, catch up to the videos. We've gone over it. Hundreds of hours of documents, primary sources, real history of the real slave trade in the Americas. Okay? Eloy Rosemont Broussard's father's Rosemont Broussard died in 1864 and left an estate file, his after-death inventory drawn in French lists enslaved people as part of his property. The tradition of owning slaves persons was unfortunately passed down to his children. An answer of this inventory is below. All right, and again, we have caught them. Was it in Michael? No, whose genealogy did we do? I think it was Michael Jackson's genealogy, where they're naming some of the Negroes or people they had given over. And again, it was just family. It was just family. And again, a lot of this is status. This is the documentation. Unfortunately, they had to document stuff like this. Going back several generations along the Broussard branch, we found Beyonce's Acadian connection. So Joseph Broussard, the hero. Okay, we got that. In the 1740s, the French attempted to regain Acadia from the British. Though numerous battles, often with the help of French Canadians, Broussard participated in the 1747 Battle of the Grand Prix, which saw the French claim victory. Broussard joined the French in many more of these raids. 2 years later, an expedition to Dartmouth in the company of native Micmac left some civilians dead. As a result, a bounty was put on his head by the governor of Massachusetts. All right, so now they were after him. And that's why he actually went to jail. That's what I was saying. He killed, I think, a little boy. Or he had something to do with an innocent little boy getting killed, which they got really mad at. All right. In 1755, the British laid siege to Fort Bucer near present-day Suffield, New Brunswick. All right. So, again, go to my Acadian video for all this history. And here we go again. They went to Haiti. They found it difficult to live there. They went to Louisiana. Got that? All right. So here's the genealogy we got as well. The Acadians. Some of her images. All right. Her people. All right. Her great grandma. Yep. Beyonce. Okay. Oh yeah, so I wanted to read this before we got into it because so we kind of hit a dead end on the Knowles. Well, you'll see. We hit a dead end almost except the French, right? The Acadians, and they keep going and going. But on the ones in the Americas, you always reach that wall, right? They just don't want you to know. But it says here that this project is for the Knowles family of the Bahamas. Our goal is to connect and learn more about our Knowles ancestors, how they arrived in the Bahamas, how they married into other families, and how they have spread throughout the Bahamas and beyond today. This is a sub-project of the Bahamian portal. Let's build our tree together. Okay. So please add this. All right. Okay. This is why I found it interesting. So it has been stated in both Bahamian and American media that Beyonce and Solange Knowles are Bahamian Americans through their father Matthew Knowles, okay? So somebody's saying I wasn't able to go that far, guys, but eventually the hints might start coming up. I might start getting them because sometimes it takes weeks, months for them to release it, the algorithms. But sometimes they break the algorithms and they start coming in. So according to this website and according to what they're saying, many people have said that their Knowles surname comes from the Bahamas. All right, just wanted to add that there. The exact path back to the Bahamas is not known, but it appears to be through her Knowles ancestors. All right, so again, they were probably indentured or something, or enslaved, or they want you to think these people are African slaves on her Knowles, and they don't want you to even go far to the Bahamas because it's going to tell you who they are really. This is what I'm saying. All right, so Indian princess. This is her ancestor. All right, we'll get to her. And what we got here. So this is again the guy who married the Indian princess of the Abenaki. So it says a 13-year-old son of French baron named Jean Vincent de Abadi de Saint Cassin. This is a drawing of him. Obviously, that's the hijack with the whitewash paintings. There's no photographs back in the 1700s. Well, they tell us, right? But anyways, 1600s, right? So he arrives in Maine in 1665 to quell the Iroquois and conquer North America. Brutal colonial wars will soon pull Saint Cassin into the fighting among the Dutch, the French, the English, and the Abenaki. To outsiders, Saint Cassin allegiances may seem to veer between the French and the English, but he remains steadfast in his loyalty to the Abenaki people. He learns their ways and their language, and they adopt him as one of their own. He marries Molly Matilda, the daughter of Abenaki chief. All right, these are her ancestors, right? Him and her. Ninth great-grandparents, I believe, yep. And he commands military operations that drive the English from Maine in the latter half of the 13th century, right? So, again, starts to hijack. Those at least are the broad outlines of the life of Jean Vincent d'Abbey de Saint Cassin, a descendant of kings and cousin to a Three Musketeer. That's in Beyonce's blood. An Indian Sakim, a skilled. All right, so him and his son became chiefs of the Penobscot. All right. This is what I want to tell you. This is what I always want to point out. A lot of time, My ancestor was a chief. A lot of times these people were straight Europeans. Or possibly he was coming back. We got his genealogy, but it goes back to France. Maybe they were originally coming from America before they went into France, and maybe that's why he had some indigenous blood before that, and maybe that's why they allowed him to become a chief. But he did. It was also in this book that we read earlier, where he becomes chief. All right, it's in here. So make sure to check out that book as well. So he was a skillful hunter, a rich fur trader. The fur traders, courier de bois, fur traders, a bold, hardy adroit, and tenacious guerrilla fighter. To New Englanders, their most dangerous enemy. He was born in France, 1652, the second son and third child of a French baron. His mother was a cousin of Henry de Aramis, immortalized by Alexander Dumas as Aramis. That's Beyonce's ancestors, guys. That's her 10th great grandparents they're talking about. She was also a direct descendant of Louis the Eighth. All right, Beyonce's ancestry, okay? Meaning she's a direct descendant of Louis the Eighth. Beyonce. His mother died at the plague when he was a baby, and his father before he reached his teens. At 13, Saint Catherine joined the French army. Not all that unusual for the younger son of a French nobleman. All right. Oh wow! Look at the curly hair. Yeah. So that's the hijack with their whitewashings, though. His King Louis the 14th had dreams of kicking the English out of North America. In 1665, he sent 1,200 men of St. Catherine's regiment, the Carignan Saliers, to eastern Canada. They sailed in 7 ships to Quebec City. St. Catherine, as an ensign in the company of Hector de Andigne de Grandfontaine, later governor of New France. By the time the young nobleman arrived, the French had been coming to Acadia to trade in fish for more than a century. How long is a century, guys? 100 years. The Huguenots, the French, so-called the Huguenots, were already settling there. Why? We learned why the Huguenots were fleeing. They were fleeing. Remember, they were the refugees. They were the refugees. Yeah, you can thumbs down the video all you like, man. Yeah, true hurt some people. By the time young noblemen arrived, the French had been coming to Acadia for a century. They got along well with the people. So they were already mixing and chilling. They lived in peace with the indigenous people. We're talking about the Huguenots who already lived in the land they called the Downland. 5 peoples of the Downland. The Mi'kmaq, Maliset, Passamaquoddy, the Abenaki, and Penobscot had banged together in the Wabanaki Confederacy. Never did Abenakis consider the French as entertaining expansionist designs that would have deprived them of their lands right where as they lived under constant threat of the same from the English neighbors, wrote historian Paul Chase. The Indians exchanged beaver skins with the French for blankets, needles, knives, and guns. Eventually they came to depend on those items, especially guns. But the French and other Europeans also brought plague. Epidemics of smallpox, typhus, and influenza hit Maine especially hard. The Great Dying of 1616 and 1619 killed 3/4 of Maine's Indians, huh? Was it really smallpox, or did you enslave them? Did you enslave most of them and send them to the Caribbean, to Cape Verde, West Africa, North Africa, Europe, Lisbon, where they're being called Negroes? We got the drop already. Guys, we already got the drop. Yeah, let's blame it all on the smallpox. That way they won't go researching. That way they won't think they survived or ended up somewhere else. Yeah. The Wabanaki population estimated at 20,000, except for Mi'kmaq before contact with Europeans fell about 5,000 around 1620. As the Indian population declined, the French population increased. What a convenience. When St. Catherine arrived, French speakers amounted to about 10,000 in New France. However, only about 1,000 French people inhabited Acadia, which bordered New England, included Maine, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, all right? So you guys are going to see how many of our ancestors go back to these places. So that's why I'm reading this. Possibly this is how they got there, all right? But the English population was growing faster than the French, with about 50,000 settlers in New England. By the 1670s, they started pushing east. They would claim Maine, Acadia, all the way to the Penobscot River. The French claimed Acadia extended to the Kennebec River. That, of course, meant conflict. All right. So, but sorry, somebody came in, guys. So, Beaver Wars, but the Beaver, not the English, first drew the French at the war in North America, right? The skin wars or fur trade, they created a war. The skins made fine felt hats, a hot fashion item in European capitals. The thirst for beaver skins, though, had wiped out much of the bear in North America. The Wabanakis, enemies to the west, the Iroquois, started to cast covetous eyes, all right? Enemies. Who? Iroquois. Enemies. It's a pattern. It's a pattern. You guys eventually start putting it together. Eyes of the Wabanaki beaver territory and fur trading posts in New France, and so the Beaver Wars began. The French king sent the Carignan Saliers to Canada to eliminate the Iroquois threat to New France. It is likely, writes George Cerbalo Salagna, that St. Castin took part in 1666 campaign against the Iroquois. The campaign succeeded. In 1667, the French and the Wabanaki and the Iroquois made peace. Fort Pentagon. Sorry, guys, my son keeps coming in. It says Fort Pentagoet. At 18, Ensign St. Castin sailed to a tiny coastal fort called Pentagoet. With its captain Hector Diane de Grandfontaine, the English had agreed to cede Acadia to the French. Grandfontaine had orders to oversee the transfer and develop the colony as his governor. He made Pentagoet, now Castine, Acadia's capital. Fort Pentagoet lay at the mouth of the Penobscot River near the Abenaki village. The great chief of the Abenaki, all right, and look at the star fort, guys. All right, let's zoom into that. You see the star fort? Where's the Abenaki village? Did you just take their village? Is that what you're telling us? So you came over here with oxen carts and all that, and you built this amazing star fort, right? All right, to all the old world reset mud flood researchers, here you go, star fort, baby. So they came and built that, huh? The great chief of the Abenaki, Madokawando, all right, this is Beyonce's 9th great grandfather, and his family spent summers there fishing and or 10th, I believe, fishing and hunting. When winter arrived, they paddled upstream to their winter home on an Indian island. There, a French missionary converted many of them to Catholicism. Be fruitful and multiply. The strength in New France, all right, again, be fruitful and multiply. Isn't that a verse from the Bible? To strengthen New France with more French settlers, Louis XIV made the Carignan Salier soldiers an offer. He gave them rations, land, money, depending on their rank if they stayed. He encouraged them to marry, even sending 800 women, the king's daughters, all right? This was big. We talked about this in my Acadian videos, but also because there wasn't no women there, the reason they started sending 800 women is so they wouldn't lose their French, because they were mixing with the American Indian women a lot. So they send more additional women from France so that it, so it can stay a little more French, more pure. The king's daughters as marriage bait. It was even okay to marry Indian women. In the end, about 450 French soldiers, including St. Castin, stayed. St. Castin found the wilderness and the Abenaki to his liking, and he adopted many of their ways. He also formed a friendship with Mado Kawando. But 30 or so soldiers at Fort Pentagoet struggled. The government of New France paid little attention to its wilderness outpost, leaving it to fend for itself. To survive, Grandfontaine had to trade with the English who came by sea, but French officials forbade commercial ties with the English. Soon they replaced Grandfontaine with an army officer named Jacques de Chambly. All right. So it goes on and on and on. Now we know why he was there, what a lot of these French, how they got there, apart from the Huguenots who were there already for a century, right? Different types of French coming in different periods, guys. Same thing with the East Coast of the Americas. Different peoples come in at different periods. Can't generalize all Europeans into one group. All right. So he married Madokando's daughter, Pidianske. Again, all of Beyonce's ancestors here. She had converted to Catholicism and took the Christian name Mary Matilde, nickname Molly Matilde. But we're going to see that her mom was actually called Matilde Basselman. So she took that from her mom. According to historian Bunny McBride, Maido Kawando wanted his daughter to marry St. Castin because it assured at least some French support to the Wabanaki. Molly Matilde, McBride in her book, Women of the Dawnland, tells the story of Molly Matilde. She didn't want to marry St. Castin, listen to this, though she'd known him for most of her life, but when she turned 15, her mother told her she had to marry him. Molly Matilde said no. The man had hair all over his face and arms. Ugh. And sometimes he dressed in strange colored wigs. Ugh. And boots with spurs. Ugh. He smelled funny too. Uh-oh. Her mother had no sympathy for her. Hey, guys, honestly, most Europeans were known, they were known to be smelly. Especially the French coming in. Yeah. Her mother had no sympathy for her. She had been told to marry Mado Kawando, and she did. For her people. She did it for her people. Molly Matilde would have to do the same. St. Castin first married her in the Indian way, but in 1684, a French Jesuit priest married them in Catholic ceremony at Pentagoet. Romance may not have been the inspiration behind Molly Matilde's marriage to St. Castin, but the mutual cares of a shared life gradually inspired love, wrote McBride. Among the French, people commented that the Baron had surrendered his former habits, and that he often spoke of his commitment to his wife. Together they had 5 children who survived infancy. All right? And from there, we get Beyonce, guys. And so if she wouldn't have married him and had relations with him, Beyonce wouldn't exist, right? So it's amazing, right, how things work out, right? Life, right? The story of life. Story of life. Yeah. Intermission real quick. We ain't going nowhere. Just getting my little water break, taking a little breather. Meditation mode right now, real quick. You know what I mean. Wow. I think that's little cute baby Beyonce. Little cutie patootie. Little cutie patootie patootie. Wow. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Had to get a little water and stuff, you know. All right. All right. Let's get into the tree. I'm going to verify all that info we just read. I mean, I could have kept going reading about the history of her ancestors. I can do a mini series on that, but then I can do that for anybody. I can do that for you. Right? You can do it for yourself, actually. And that's the whole point of this, right? We're in Genealogical Stories, episode 9. I hope by now you guys see that we got to really, really think about what we're saying when we're generalizing, when we're grouping everybody together, when we're saying we who? Just like we speak in French. What do you speak in French? We who? Oh, we blacks. Blacks are Korean. Oh, we Israelites. Well, how you know you're Israelite? Oh, we Indians. Well, how you know everybody that you're calling we is Indian? I hate to be the guy to point this out and always be like, but the reason I'm saying is because I have a lot of conversations with people and people always like we, and I ask them we who though, and it seems the question always bothers them. They take it personal. It's not my intention. I just want to point out something. Everybody's we is not the same in their head. They might be looking right at you and saying we, and he's picturing a whole different we than the other person's picturing. You get what I'm saying? And if you don't, well, I can't help you then. The generalizations basically is what we got to kill. So we got Beyonce Knowles, right? Beyonce Knowles, her middle name Giselle, born in 1881 in Houston, Texas. All right. I hate how they did this. Okay, hold on, let me fix this. Somebody in her family kept putting not dead, and they put deceased. You see that? So, yeah, I missed that one. Okay, I wasn't focusing on her because I know she's alive. They had her sister dead, they had her parents dead, but then they said not dead. So why are you even clicking on that? Don't you know that messes up the algorithm? That's not true info. You're literally saying she's dead, but then you're saying she's not dead in text. Anyways, Beyonce Knowles, married to the one and only, right? Sean Corey Carter, or better known as Jay-Z. Now, guys, I can open this tree, and I did a lot of it. I was gonna do both of them, but we're gonna leave that for another episode, episode 10, right? I hope you guys look forward to that one too. All right, so these are again siblings, aunts and uncles of Beyonce right here. All right, and these are her parents, Matthew Knowles Jr. Let's go to his real quick. You guys tell me what side you want to go up first. You want to go up her dad's side or you want to go up her mom's side? Let's have a vote. So either way, let's meet her parents, Matthew Knowles from Gadsden, Etowah, Alabama. Okay. We're gonna do both, but I'm just saying which one we're gonna do first. Okay. Because it is. We'll spend a lot of time on one. All right. So again, he's from Alabama. A couple yearbook photos of him. All right. Oh, this is off right here. Sorry, that's not him. That's from England. Okay. And Matthew Knowles, marriage day 1964. Living people. Oh, here he is. A birth index of Beyonce. Right? Texas U.S. birth index. Matthew C. Knowles and Celestine. For living people, you're not gonna get a lot of records because they're still living. It's kind of private. So, but this is like common knowledge. I don't need to prove where parents are, right? So Matthew Knowles Jr. and okay, wow, we got. Let me see how many moms. It's out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got more mom sides. Okay. So this is her dad. We'll get to his parents. We're gonna go into her mom's side. Vote. Hey, people voted. If you didn't vote, hey, that was your fault. So, Celestine, Tina, Ann Lawson, Beyonce, Knowles. All right, gonna get a good look at Beyonce's mom. You know, Well, that's Beyonce right there. And so this is okay. So this is the tree somebody did, right? They only went up the Lacey or Broussard, well, Lacey actually line, and Rosalie Jean Lewis. Here's Eloy Rosemont. This is Eugene, we saw earlier. Odelia, Albert. So this is going up certain lines of her mom, not all the lines. So we'll go over all these. Okay. This is her mom when she was young. And you know, this is her mom, right? Looks like a lot of Costa Rican people, honestly. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm not sure that. Obituaries. Here's the obituary of her mom, Agnes. Tina's in it, as you guys can see. Let's see what that obituary is saying. Again, this is Beyonce's grandmother, which she didn't meet. And it says 1980, that's I guess when she passed away. Funeral services for Agnes de Rouen, Beyonce, 71, will be held at 11 Tuesday, Holy Rosary Catholic Church, with Reverend Alvin Dixon officiating. All right, Miss Beyonce was born July 1st, 1909 in Abbeville, Louisiana. She was a resident of Galveston for the past 30 years and was a member of the Holy Rosary Catholic Church. Survivors include her husband, Loomis Beyonce of Galveston, 3 daughters, Selena Rittenhouse and Florence Bowers, both of Galveston, and Tina Knowles of Houston. All right, Tina Knowles. There you go. That's her daughter. Okay. This is a yearbook picture of her in there. And I mean, again, she's living, right? So there's not much, like, you know, this old census records and stuff like that. But we do know from the celebrity websites and from many family members, all right, many family members. And here's another picture of her with an afro, so-called afro, right? I shouldn't even be called that, the fro, right? But there's her dad, Loomis Albert Beyonce and Agnes de Rouen. All right, these are all the different families confirming it. And it's actually very known that those are her parents. Okay. See if I got any. Okay, I got the same ones. So we're gonna go up her mom's tree, right, guys? So, and these are her siblings. Like this right here. And again, these are the grandparents of Beyonce. You got 7, whoa. As you guys can see, a lot of siblings here. And a lot on this side. Might have some repeats. So again, they have more than one wife sometimes. Let me see. Oh yeah, she was married to Mervyn Marsh as well. Okay, I didn't go up that tree, but now we're gonna go up to their parents. All right, we're gonna go up the Beyonce line. All right, this will be Beyonce's great grandfather, Alexander. Oh, actually, I skipped her grandparents again. Loomis Albert Beyonce. What do you mean was the father's side of women? No, it's, you know, they have to have women. So this is her grandfather, guys. This is a colorized picture of it. I didn't do anything to the picture. That's what he looked like. There is a little flash in his face, but that's how light he was. He had like hazel eyes, kind of. All right. An obituary of him. The pinstripe suit, yep. Oh, just want to show you guys some of the okay, so 1920 census. He's 9 years old. He's being listed as black. Okay? This is what I was saying. Same person passes as white in other census before this one. Well, his father and everybody, right? (1930), he's 19. And he's living with the Dixons. It says occupation brakeman. Salt mine. You see that? That's what he's doing. And he's living with those different people right here. He was with living with the Beyonce. Oh, it's probably the Broussards. They probably can't see there. Let me see that. Sometimes the people digitizing this cannot read the letters. Okay, so that does say like Boyside. That's probably Broussard they were trying to spell. So he's living with them there. Actually, he's up here with Marie. Yeah, Marie had daughter. Okay. So he was living with his mom, Marie. There, Elizabeth, so Olivier, and Broussard. Okay. So let's go back. I just want you to see there's like real census for this stuff, right? Here's him and Agnes. Right, Agnes, remember? She was the one making clothes for wealthy people. And so again, that was him who's being called black, right? He's being called black. That's what I'm saying. Those crayon colors is not a good way to describe people. Okay, this is Agnes de Reon. Remember, that's her maiden name. Born in DeKalb, New Iberia, Louisiana, and she passed away in Galveston, Texas. Okay. So this is a black and white photo. This is her colorized. She was a little younger. This is very bad quality, very small picture. She's older there. All right. So that is her mom, Beyonce's mom, and her grandmother, and her sister right here. Okay. Yeah, Beyonce's people. Agnes de Reon. This is a death certificate. Race black. Race black. That's what they're saying. They're calling her black. All right. A crayon color. So that doesn't really describe her whole ethnicity, right? Her whole heritage, her whole genealogy. I think I wanted to show something here. 1910 census. She's a baby. She's a baby. She's 0. She's a baby. And she's with her dad, Eugene, mom, Julia, and her siblings. Like the youngest. See that? Okay. 1920. She's being listed as mulatto. See that? Now remember, that's supposed to mean, right, a white European mixed with a black African, right? That's supposed to be white, black, the crayon colors, right? That's not the case here. That's not the case at all here. They just going off people's looks sometimes, honestly. That's it. Right here, 1910 or 1930s. She's Negro and black again. And she's married to Mervyn Marsh there. Let me see if she was speaking, able to speak English. No, okay, that's what I wanted to show. Her grandparents spoke French. They were native French. As it says here, able to speak English. No, There was another document I think I saw which she was saying French tongue, native French. Yeah. Somewhere in here. Okay, so many families also confirm the tree, the parents. So these are all different family trees that have the same info. All right. So this also helps sometimes, but sometimes it has bad information, and a lot of people are just guessing, and they just put in what everybody else is putting. So you got to kind of verify everything, and that's what I did. But as you can see, when you see so many different families, and then you go into their records, and they got pictures, and they got some documents and all that census, so you're like, okay, they know what they're talking about. Okay. So Agnes de Reon, House of de Reon, huh? House of de Reon. That's Agnes right there. Okay. Going back to Loomis, her husband, right? We're gonna go up his tree to his parents, Alexander Beyonce and Mary Elizabeth huh? Olivier, Olivia Broussard, Alexander Beyonce. All right, let's go to his gallery. He kind of reminds me like he kind of got like that Derek Jeter look. Yeah. So, okay, Derek Jeter look. This is an enhanced picture on that coloring website, MyHeritage. They always kind of try to lighten it up a little bit, but this is here colorized as you can see, just normally. Okay. So again, this is her great grandfather, Beyonce's great grandfather. Okay. So I don't know if this is them older. Let me see what it says here. Don't know who these people are. I don't know if that's him because let me see. Not sure if that looks like him. Maybe. Could be him at an older age. Not sure. But they have it attached to him. Okay. He was born 1859 in Decatur, Vermilion, Louisiana. All right. The original image, this is what it looked like before I fixed it up. Okay. So how do you do that? I just made it black and white, and then you go to the coloring software on MyHeritage, and it does it. So far you can test it with any image, and you'll see it works. You know. All right. So go to facts. 1900. He's 40 years old, and look, he's being called white. So-called white. I told you these people are passing for white. And they're messing up the last names a lot of the time here. Now he's black. 1910, 10 years later. So he went from white to black. Yeah, they look Melungeon. They look like a lot of things, right? Like Texas certificate. Let's see. So this is Albert. This is Beyonce's grandfather's death certificate. Loomis, right? Beyonce, who died being listed as black in Galveston. And as you guys can see, it has Alexandre Beyonce as the father and Mary Olivia. So there goes another way to confirm the parents when you're doing genealogy. Pretty good on death certificates. You can trust them most of the time. But this information a lot of times coming from an informant, and if they provide the hospital the wrong information, nobody's really verifying. So you got to really. Sometimes I look at the informant and see, oh, that's the son, or that's the wife, or so they must know, So but it's always like funeral records, grave records, all that is based off an informant. Obituaries, it's information some family members passing. They don't verify that stuff, so you gotta, discern all the info you're getting and make sense out of everything. So again, many families again have Alexander and his dad, Jean Beyonce II, Jean Beyonce, and Angeline Elizabeth Remillard. And look what it says here: Jean John II immigrant. Beyonce immigrant, huh? Okay, let's go back real quick. Okay. We're gonna go to his parents, right? Jean Beyonce II. Born 1832, where? France. French. Second great grandfather went straight to France. Beyonce, her first name, her mom's maiden name, went straight to France. Her second great grandfather. And he passed away in Abbeville, Vermilion Parish in Louisiana. So what do you mean black and white? what are you classifying? Huh? So again, these people, as you guys can see, well, this is John. He went by as John. He's being listed as white. Is it because they knew he was French? Were they dark? Were they pale? That's something else. I think this is all based on status right here. But he could be white passing. Again, a lot of people in her family on that side is very light skinned. So yeah, I can see why they would call them white. Were they really so-called white? It's complicated, man. It's complicated. And I don't mean to like joke around and start laughing, but it's complicated, so it gets frustrating, confusing, so I'd rather laugh it off, because it's just, but this is why you do the genealogy, you know, and then get rid of the conjectures, what you can prove and what is still a conjecture. So get rid of your conjectures and assumptions and just try to just go with what you got right here and what you know and what you feel too, you know. So that's what he looked like, right? His dad is from France. And his mom, Remillard Green. Right? So let's see how far the Beyonce. So he's junior because he was the second. Right? He was the second. So his dad, of course, from France. And he also passed away in Virginia. He also made it over to, Louisiana. Okay? And his mom, France, and I think that's where we stayed. Yeah, as you guys can see, we didn't go any further. No further hints came on. I'm positive if I hit search, I can probably keep going. So I might do that for just my personal research, where the Beyonce line is coming from. All right, but I can pursue that. Is what I'm trying to say. There is a couple hints here for Anne Noël from France, but GenieNet is very manual. A lot of people put in manually. There's no sources, so I don't always trust. But it's basically just telling us what we already know. So I guess, yeah, you can hit yes on this one. And we got this from records, not from GenieNet. So let me go to Jean. So I just want to make it clear. So on the Beyonce on that side, it's going to France on her second great grandfather, right? Second great grandma, Angeline Remillard Green. All right. We got Albert and Therese Marchesa. See what we got for Angeline. Elizabeth Green. So-called black. All right. So-called black. So I guess that's why they're calling them mulattoes. Maybe because on the Beyonce side they were a little lighter, and on the other side a little darker. So they're trying to make them into white Europeans, black Africans, and still, I'm gonna show you guys. There is no Africans. There is. Look, her dad is Albert Remillard, and where was he born? In Acadian, Saint Jean, Rich, Quebec, Acadia, Acadian region. Okay, Quebec, Canada. He ended up in St. James, Louisiana. You understand why, right? Remember, a lot of these Cajuns are going over there. Because her mom Therese Solange. Look where they getting the Solange from, guys. You see where they got Solange from? Her sister Solange. All right. Not all Huguenots are traitors. Like, you can't just group, you know, every Huguenot didn't come with the same agenda, you know, if it makes sense, but you can't generalize. You gotta know individuals. Like, it's that's how with genealogy and when you're talking about history and certain people, a group of people, yeah, there was some that were slave owners, there was some that were really poor and had to work and were slaves. So it's very different. So a lot of Huguenot and a lot of ancestries for black folks. So you gotta, you gotta be careful when you say the Huguenots or the Sephardic Jews or the Europeans, because you may be talking about your own family members. And what's in the past is in the past. Okay, so Solange, right? She was born in Utica, Oneida, New York. That's where she's coming from, that side of her family. This is her third great grandmother. And we got her parents as Jean Baptiste, Marcia Salt, and Margaret Comanche. Margaret Comanche. A lot of families had that. Right? When you start getting close to the early 1800s, 1700s, it starts getting pretty historic. People start thinning out, right? There's less and less of the people carrying the name. And you're getting more, you're starting to pinpoint the progenitor, right? You're getting closer. So, it gets pretty historic. This is stuff you can actually verify in many websites, like who these people are and the Acadian registries and genealogy. All right, so her people are Jean Baptiste and Marchesu and Margaret. And let's just see, I just did this so you guys can see. I didn't go all the way every line, but Jean Baptiste, Jude Marchessault, his dad, he goes back to Quebec, Canada as well. All right, we got 11 hints here. As you guys can see, records. This is real records. I did see a lot of the Quebec records, genealogy come up for these people, her ancestors, which I saved to most of the people. All right, look at that, Quebec notarial records. Like, these are real records you can actually go into, right? They might be in French and everything. Yeah, this may be in French, most likely. But I just want you to see, guys, it's real. Like, I'm not just making up. And you guys saw, they listed. I'm gonna go back because this don't make sense, right? Let me see if it was Jean that was listed. All right, 1870, black. Okay, black. Her parents are coming from Quebec and New York, right? Let me show you. I just showed you, right? Why are you calling her black? Oh, because you're trying to tell us that she's supposed to be African? All right. So, Montreal, Remillard. Hold on, where did we go? I got lost. Sorry, guys. Again, this is complex. We're probably going to be here for a couple hours. All right, when I get through each line, I just want to make sure, leave no doubts. People trying to say, well, it's got to be somewhere in there. No, it's not. Yeah, it was used in 1870. It was actually, I saw it on 1850 census too. Now, whether they added that later on, that's a whole different story. But yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it many times, especially in 1870. Yeah. So, Albert's parents are going to French, like Quebec too. Over here, Quebec. Okay, what Africans? And we got 9 hints here. Most of these, again, are pretty historical, guys. Like, these are like pretty accurate. There's a lot of records, especially when they start popping out like this. So they're still in Quebec. Like, who knows if there's some other Indian mixture here? Remember, a lot of these people were marrying Indian. They might be more a lot of Indian mixture with these people. It depends. So I'm just seeing real quick, because sometimes it really dead ends in Europe. So let me see where this guy goes. They're still in Quebec. All right, 1690s. Okay, New France. No, New France is still Canada. All right. And let me see. All right, so I stopped with the hints there on that. So that's where you have to hit search on your own. And let me see. All right, Les Orleans, Quebec. Still in Quebec. Rosalie's coming from Quebec still. All right. So you guys can see, I'm just showing you, right? Dennis, Lenape. Okay, stop right there. Lamaroux. Quebec. So again, a lot of people in her family coming from Quebec too. The French that went to Quebec. Okay. She has a lot of roots in Quebec. A lot of roots in Quebec, Canada. Montreal region. So, and of course, these people, a lot of them come from the same region. They start mixing together. They marry with each other. So that's why you start seeing certain trends when you go up specific lines. These people tend to continue to mix with each other and move to the same places. All right. So I think you guys get the point right there. And I can actually probably keep going and see if I find, unlike, well, we'll see. We're going to get to the Indian guy, but I'll show you what line that is. So I just wanted to show you that in this line, right, on his Remillard. Remember, Remillard was Beyonce's great-grandfather's mom. They were calling her black and him mulatto and black and white. So where are they getting all that, right? They're classifying people with all these crayon colors. That doesn't explain who people are. And again, Marchese side, it goes up too. And again, you're gonna see it to Quebec. The Roy, and now we got Roy as the last name. Again, all French Quebec people. Comanche, Quebec. So I kind of like didn't finish the tree. As you guys can see, I can keep going, but once I reach like Canada and France, I kind of know where these Quebec Canadians are kind of going, and maybe I'll take some time and see if some of them are like indigenous women they're marrying, because it might happen. We'll see. I'll show you an example. But you see, a lot of years in Quebec, a lot of generations in Quebec. All right, and in these lines. So I'm gonna close that up again, right? Close up the Remillard. We go down. That was through Angeline Remillard. That was her second great grandmother. And Jean Beyonce, the Beyonce, he's from France, straight up. He could have been, his people could have been coming from France, maybe before that, from Quebec, maybe, or Acadian, maybe. But it stops right there, and I gotta hit search to continue that. And I didn't have much interest on that yet. Beyonce's great grandfather again. That's where we went up. So we're gonna close that line. We're clear with the Beyonce line. You see where that went? Just that one line. Do you see how complex this is, right? We're gonna go up Marie Olivier, Marie Elizabeth, so Olivier Broussard, right? Her dad is Joseph, Raphael Joseph Olivier. He's being called mulatto in 1870. All right. And that's where he is right here with his wife. 1880. Still being called mulatto. All right. Does that mean he's an Indian? Does that mean he's African? We got his parents, so you guys decide. And his great grandparents. So, and now in let me see, what's this? Oh, they don't want to tell us the years. This is from the 1900 census. He's being listed as black. All right. So he went mulatto, mulatto, then black. Okay. It's not always Lauli. It's not always Indian. I'm showing you. Like I just showed you a line. They were calling the other guy mulatto too. You know, we can keep going and see if we find Indians, but not all of them go back to Indians, and they're just literally calling them mulatto because they look like they're half and half something. You know what I mean? It's not always just about Indians, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, many Indians were called mulatto. They were called white too and black. You just gotta stop generalizing, and we gotta catch our biases sometimes and try to do our personal genealogy. All right, and then if you're interested in all these people, then I guess you gotta know their genealogy too. You can't just generalize with everybody. So I'm showing you this for a reason, not just because I'm trying to say they're Indians, but also other things as well. You know, a lot of times, yeah, it's because they're Indians. But in this case, let's go look at his parents, right? Okay, so he was also married to Charles Maurice Olivier. So his dad, born in St. Martinsville, all right. Let's go to him, Joseph Olivier. I got some hints here. Well, okay, so this one, 1850. Let me show you something. Okay, mulatto. You see that? So he's also being called mulatto. And let me see if we can find it. Okay. It's very hard to really tell what that is, honestly. Joseph. Oh, okay, that's ditto, I guess. M is right here. Actually, that's the sex. So we got, okay, so everybody got ditto. Let's see. Okay, M, right? So everybody in this census is being called mulatto, guys. So you're saying everybody is Indian just because they're mulatto? No, that's not probably the case. Some of them probably are. Some of them probably are not. Gotta go case by case and not generalize. Okay. So I just wanted to show this. I'm not just showing you so-called white people because most of these people are ending up in Quebec, Acadia, and all that. I'm gonna show you. This is the reason I'm showing you this. So what happened? All of a sudden they're just mulatto and black, but they're not. All the parents are coming. They seem like they're French. All right. So according to most other families, which is a lot of them, his parents were Charles Pierre Olivier de Bessin and Marie-Therese Adeline Frilot. Okay. And again, this is the years where you can start kind of like researching this, and you'll probably see it come up on Wiki Genie, or like on this website Wikitree, or on this website Genie, and it matches pretty much, and also on the Acadian genealogy or the Quebec sites. Okay, and the oral traditions of the family. There's no, you know, they don't have no history of them being slaves or anything like that, or coming from Africa. So we got Charles Pierre Lacoste Olivier, born in New Orleans. And this Pierre Olivier, I did see this a lot. Also, we're going to touch on something very deep when it comes to Homestead Act, right? The Homestead Act, okay? And land grants. Because some of her people were receiving this. You guys know what the Homestead Act is, right? When they were giving Europeans land to populate the West and all that for free and all that. Indian land, yeah. A lot of her ancestors benefited from that. A lot of these land grants, I found out, were actually part of the homestead. And again, it doesn't mean Indian all the time. People think that they find a land patent for their ancestor means that they're Indian, or that they own the land forever, which it does state that, but maybe they sold it, or maybe something happened, or people move. Okay, so seems to have been in the War of 1812. A lot of her ancestors actually were. A lot of these French I noticed were in the War of 1812. Okay, it goes the widow Marie Therese Olivier. So yeah, that's him. So these are hints I'm actually adding because her tree is complex, very complex. All right, we're in the 1700s now, going up the Olivier line. Again, that was Charles going up his dad, Hughes, Charles Honor Olivier from, again, Quebec, Canada. 17 hints. Oh, they know. They definitely found who I was talking about. So, and a lot of these people, as you guys can see, you can go into the info. There's also stories confirming the genealogy, and a lot of them do say, oh, and this is one of the answers to famous singer Beyonce. So it kind of confirms. Well, this is all sideways. So that's let me see. All right. Baptism of Charles, born to marriage of Saint Olivier and Mary Frilot. All right, there you go. Confirmation. Paternal grandparents Charles Olivier and Adeline Dubreuil. Maternal grandparents Claude Frilot and Rosette Boutet, which I have. I'm gonna show you guys. So this is how I was able to confirm. I didn't just add things because they just started popping up, but I kind of know because I'm already kind of used to the software. When they find somebody, I kind of know. I kind of know when it's right and when it's wrong, and to look for other clues to help me confirm that they're giving me good suggestions. Because sometimes, well, actually a lot of times they give you bad suggestions on purpose. So you gotta really. But once you have the genealogy built and you got all the hints attached, the algorithms start working a little better. That's what I'm saying. You gotta go hint by hint. Go up your person hint by hint, say yes, no, yes, no. Make sure you correct all the false stuff. Make sure you fix the names. All that is gonna help out. It's gonna help out. All right, there go their whitewashing. There goes their whitewashing drawings. There ain't no photographs back then. Remember, ain't no photographs back then. That's their whitewashing. So it says here sign about Olivier de Bessin. This is actual ancestor. I haven't read this. English army were advancing against New Orleans. Mayor Saint Marie made a vow to have a solemn high mass and Te-Deum sung annually, and the Americans were victorious. Up to the present time, her promise is being fiercely carried out by her worthy disciples. The children of Hughes, Charles Henri, Olivier de Bessin, eldest son of Pierre Francois Marie, right? These are her ancestors. Olivier de Bessin and Mille Gatineau Duplessis were Major Charles Olivier de Bessin, who married in 1798 in St. Martinsville Celeste Mathilde de Blanc, daughter of Captain Charles de Blanc, and Elizabeth Popon de Erneville. From this union issued 5 children, all born in St. Martinsville. Another son was Pierre Olivier du Clossel de Bessin, whose first marriage, celebrated March 2nd, 1802 in St. Martinsville, was with Janie Aspy de Vince Bienvenu, daughter of Alexander de Vince Bienvenu, and Louis Felicite Henriette Latin. Okay, so yeah, that's confirming a lot of the genealogy there on this side. So you guys see, you have to go through the hints, and they know who this guy is. This is historic. They got the stories here. Okay. Francois Gregory Olivier, mother Louis Lennox. Okay. Francois Marie Olivier de Bessin. Let's see what it's saying. The family members usually. Okay, so Pierre Marie. Okay. So again, they had their whitewashed images, and of course, a lot of these people probably did marry a lot of pale-skinned people, and eventually did become so-called white, and or were already a little bit light-skinned and blended very well with so-called white people, and they do have white descendants that people do their tree. And then the problem is they always wanted to assume that all their ancestors are only pale skin. They couldn't have been mulatto looking as they're being described here, or so-called black. They can't accept stuff like that. They think we're blackwashing. But you gotta understand the ethnicity of these people. Who's ending up in these places in Quebec and Acadia? Who are they? We've gone over this. All right. So Quebec again, Quebec. Oh, they made us go all the way back. Okay, there we go. So a lot of and just yeah, I have a lot of the siblings. You know, I like to add all of that. The siblings have their own hints, and it actually helps confirm that the parents are correct actually, and that they are siblings. So that's always I add the siblings. So make sure to do that too. You know, take the time. This is all. It takes time to do the genealogy. It takes a lot of time. You just gotta sit through it and go through the hints and stuff and add the siblings and all that. So we did read that she was married to Marie Lebout, right? We got that. To Charles Lebout, all right, in Louisiana, on the Olivier Vesson side. Going up to Pierre Francois, he's in France, all right? Look at that. And he passed away in Louisiana. So he never really, well, he probably lived in Quebec because he actually had his kid there, but he never really, he didn't die there, right? He didn't settle there. Going up so again, his parents are probably in France, as you guys can see. So like I was saying earlier, she has a lot of French, a lot of French, a lot of French in her. Like not just a little Cajun Creole, no, a lot of different type of French in her. All right. And again, a lot of these, yeah, ended up in Louisiana. You know, remember that was French territory. That was France. Remember, back in the 1600s, if you wanted to go to Texas, you had to go to 3 countries. So you went through Britain, because that was the colonies, right? Britain. Then you had to go through France, French territory, to go through the Mississippi and all that. And then to get to Mexico and Texas, that was Mexico. 3 different countries. Huh? Fresh flavor. What are you saying, man? Makes some sense, man. All right. So Gastineau is the maiden name. Gastineau, coming out of Quebec. All right. I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share a public link to this tree if you guys want to view it on your own, apart from the video, at the end of this video. So stick around. Stick around. So Hughes Besson, who is, we already lost. So that's her 5th great grandfather, 5th great grandparents, Maringi Lacoste. Now you see Lacoste? Isn't that a brand today? A lot of these French created brands. Why? Because these people were merchants. A lot of them were merchants creating clothes. They were silk. Who practiced silk? The silk trade, making clothes. I'm telling you, that was a Moorish Sephardic profession. A lot of these people were ex-cryptos, had fled to France, had fled to Quebec. That's why they were on the move. That's why they left France, because the Catholics were pursuing them. So look at this. So Marigny, Louisiana. Her dad is Antoine Philippe de Marigny, who they're saying right here was actually born in Alabama. So this is another type of French. He's in Alabama. So thanks for doing the genealogy with me, guys. That's literally what you guys are doing right now. You know, I couldn't finish the whole tree. That would have took me really days, like really get all these. I wanted to have the base so I can go live and, you know, go just show it. Because that would have took me days to really complete it all. And, you know, for what? You know, that's her tree. Okay, she's French and they go into France, and I guess she could pursue it further if she wants, right? And, you know, disclaimer, I didn't even say this in the beginning. You know, this is out of respect to Beyonce, wherever she is, whatever people say about her, respect for her and her family. I hope they enjoy this, actually. I hope this helps out. If you know them, hey, let them know. Hey, look at Kurimeo, he did your tree. Did you know all this? She probably does. A little oral stories here and there. So Antoine de Mandeville, huh? Like John Mandeville, like Prester John. De Marini de Mandeville. They're saying his dad is from, oh, look at that. His dad did come from France. Okay. So even though he went through Alabama, or he was born, see, his dad had him in Alabama. That's crazy. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty interesting. The stories, right? The travels of people, the experience of her ancestors, all the stuff they went through, all the different ones. This is all forgotten. All this is forgotten because she's supposed to be African slave and just a French Creole here and there. All this gets left out when you generalize people's genealogy and ancestry, and when you spit in the tube. Oh, I'm Nigerian. What Nigerian? You guys see any Nigerians so far? Okay. Madeleine Marie, both from France. Well, even though he was born in Alabama, both his parents are from France. They were just on the move. They ended up in Louisiana. So they were part of Acadians that were, because a lot of Acadians had to go to France when the British kicked them out, right? Kicked them out. And then eventually they worked together to get help to be able to go to Louisiana, get transported. So that could be one of the possible stories here. And then we got a Lislet Dupart. Oh, Dupart. Jacqueline Michelle, they're saying, is her mom. Don't know where she was born, they say. Again, possible that a lot of these lines, there's some Indians here and there. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not saying she's all French, but you guys kind of see the patterns, right? All right. So they don't know where her mom is from, supposedly. Let's see if there's any hints here. Okay, well, they're saying she was born in New Orleans. Okay. And then they're saying her dad is from, look at that, Saint-Germain, Paris, France. So this is what I'm saying. And anybody who thinks this is wrong, go ahead and if you want to challenge it, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll definitely verify everything. All the new stuff I'm adding, I'm definitely going to verify. But there's a reason I'm doing this live. I just want you guys to see. Okay, so that was through the Olivier line, right? We went up Lacoste, Olivier. Then you got Frilot, the Frilot line. Still in Louisiana in 1765, Claude Frilot, the Saint Eloi. All right. They're saying his dad is from, let's see, New Orleans still. Frilux. I'm from Frilot to Frilux. So Michael Frilux Sr. was a native of Normandy, France, was a resident of New Orleans at 25, St. Louis. He was a master locksmith and a master blacksmith. Other researchers say he was in the 3rd Regiment of New Orleans Militia between 1770 and 1789, and that he died at sea. Do not have a source for information about militia. Michael Frilux did St. Elias story. Succession was July 24, 1777. No date of when he died, but opening statement was that he had died, which is the first clue about when his death was. Bobby Hyma Wade. Okay. So even though they're saying he's from New Orleans here, he might be actually French. A lot of people, they didn't want to say where they were from, or people just put, because they didn't know where the persons were from, they would just put the state he lived in. Okay, so undefined. Actually, look at this, guys. See, this is why it's gotta go through the hints. All right. Yeah. Look, a lot of hints actually. Bossy Normandy, France, matching the story. So this is his funeral, his gravesite. We're gonna go to the record. All right. Let me show you guys. We're gonna go to findagrave.com. Michael Saint Eloi, Frilou. He was born in Normandy, France, and he passed away in New Orleans. Okay. And sometimes they have the image, but at least you got the burial. You can go verify. Go verify if you like. In the St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans. So I'm gonna add this so I can fix the information. This is why you gotta go through. I like this name. Bassy, Normandy, France. Okay, saying this is his wife, which is Michelle's mom. As you guys see, they added us his mom. Children of Saint Michael and Marie, because we didn't have her. These are his siblings. And again, I add the siblings for later on, just in case I need to get stuck. Okay. Yeah, even Alabama was a lot of French too. Remember, a lot of that stuff was French territory before the Louisiana Purchase. What happened? Okay, potential mom. They got her in Normandy. So yeah, so his parents would come out of Normandy, French, as you guys can see. Don't want to spend too much time on each line because we got a lot of lines to go through, right? We got a lot of lines to go through. Okay. Now you know where all these last names are going to, right? Freeload is going to Normandy. The Butte, Andre Butte, we actually got that. That was her dad earlier. Andre Claude Butte is going to Amiens, Somme, Picardy, France. French too. He ended up in St. Martinville. That's where he passed away, in Martinsville County. All right. So the Boots are going there. Let me just see. Sometimes, well, you don't got the wife. Well, let's see. People think I just be hiding things sometimes. Like, why are you trying to make her French? I'm not trying. She's French, literally, very French. She's very French. With her Acadian and indigenous American Indian blood heritage. Where's the Africans though? It says that Andrew Claude was the first Butte ancestor on these shores. He came over with the French army in 1740 and was stationed at Mobile. When the British took over the area in 1763, he moved his family to New Orleans. He had 5 sons, Francois, Caesar, Jean-Philippe, Louis Hilaire, Antoine, and Jean-Baptiste. July 8, 1805, Hillary and Jean-Baptiste bought Barataria Island. That same year, Jean Lafitte took over Barataria Bay. By 1813, Barataria rivaled the port of New Orleans, an incoming tonnage with about 2 million worth of goods moving through the bay annually. All right, this is back in 1805. You guys hear that? That's a lot of money, man. A lot of money, a lot of commerce. All right, so again, these are her ancestors. He was the first Butte in the area. You see that? Progenitors. Creation of family lines. And let's add the family crest. This is her crest too. Okay, it's okay. Don't feel a certain way. I'm just messing with some of y'all because, you know, it's okay. We'll see. Don't worry. We'll get to the Abenaki chief. Oh, you should see the nice statue they put for him, his image. I like it. I really like it. All right. So, again, accepting these, I just wanted you to see. This is his story. He's the first Butte, so they're going to know his parents. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it gets pretty historic back when you get this far. If you can get past that 1840s barrier, which we're going to see, going to run into in some of her family lines, which are not so-called French. You'll see what I'm talking about. All right. So, I mean, I can add all these kids. There goes her wife. right? And we're gonna hit save. The siblings, yeah, save the rest. Micheri. All right, so I think I'm gonna come down now. Again, that was all through Joseph Olivier, who was her third great grandfather and her great grandmother Boutte, right? All through Raphael Olivier, her second great grandfather. We're gonna close all that. So you guys see how complex each line is, right? Each person has a very complex genealogy. So I don't know why people, when they do genealogy, are still generalizing. Seems like they haven't done it correctly or fully, or not. They're not focusing on every line. They don't care about their other ancestors, or it's not as important. So when we got Agate Olivier Prefere, interesting last name. Her parents were Martin Prefere de Clouet, as you guys can see. Again, a lot of French. Still was dealing with French. And then we got his parents, Charles Prefer Neuville de Clouet. Here we go, general land. The land grants that he got, Charles Prefer. Okay, and this is what I was saying, Charles Prefer, Homestead Act. The Homestead Act, they were giving land to Europeans to settle the West for free. So right here, he got 82.71 acres. What does it say here in the actual land grant? Containing 82 acres and 27 hundredth of an acre. All right, this is your land grant, right? And he got it because he got it from the Homestead Act. So it's not always because they're Indian or because they fought in a war. Sometimes it's just through the Homestead Act. And so what am I saying here? What am I really showing you guys here? Some of our ancestors got land from the Homestead Act. A lot of people try to say, oh, these white folks, they started putting white folks here and taking our land and giving them the Homestead Act. Well, a lot of those were your ancestors too that were getting these lands too, the ones that were coming from Europe. And a lot of these were black folks. But does that mean they were evil and that they treated the Indians bad? No, that doesn't always mean that the person is going to be evil. They just trying to survive. They're getting at home. They're getting land. They don't know why, how they got it. They don't know the whole history. If they do, I guess they don't really care. Or hey, they got to survive. Oh yeah, money in her line, money in her family from way back, of course. Money in a lot of people's family from way back. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not. Those slavery narratives are a lot of it very exaggerated. And again, soldier in the War of 1812. A lot of her people were in the 1812 war. Purple Clouds, man. If you just got here, you gotta just rewatch from the beginning. I've explained. It's not a yes and no answer, and black is a crayon color. Okay. These are people. I don't know. You call these people so-called black, right? We're way past that. I've explained. You guys, the generalizations and the classifications, we got to get over that, man. And don't just think because I'm showing you people getting homestead acts and land grants and coming from France that they're just pale skin. You guys got to break out of that. You got to break out of that. Catch up on the presentations. You're getting left behind in research and history. Eventually, you're going to be outdated if you continue hold on to misconceptions and preconceived biases. Go ask her herself. Go ask her. She'll tell you, yeah, these are my people. Yeah, I heard all this stuff. I heard all this stuff. Yeah, I knew all this stuff. Yeah. But the way they told it to her was through the education system, and it's being told to her wrong. If she thinks she's Nigerian, talking about she's Nigerian because she spit in the tube. All right. So again, Charles Prefer, Neuville de Cloet, Louisiana Territory. His dad, Balthazar Neuville Ducliet. All right, Balthazar. Balthazar. Isn't that the name of the person they say is the Moorish king they always portray in Europe? Balthazar. Since when has that been a white name? So-called white. Yeah. So his dad is from St. Martin. Let me see what we got here. And of course they add white images because these are supposed to be French people and stuff. So they add their white images. They whitewash images just like they do with Lincoln and George Washington and everybody else. It's the same story, you guys. I hope nobody that follows me finds things like this and be like, oh no, this is a white man. I'm out of here. Because that's just a drawing, guys. And look how he looks just like George Washington. They all look the same. They all look the same. That's George Washington. That's George Washington they're using. Come on, man. That's a fake picture. That's a drawing. That's a caricature. That's like the Simpsons, how they draw and stuff. Beavis and Butthead type of drawings. That's what that is. Okay? Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, thanks for the gypsy music there, little gypsy, you know. I actually downloaded that from my Acadian video, I think, or my gypsy video, that music, which I had played it on there. So you guys see, all right, on this line. And of course, they're going to add their whitewashed images. Their whitewashed images. These are drawings, guys. I hope you guys didn't fall for the drawings. Okay, France, Paris. Her dad. Another George Washington lookalike from France. George Washington's everywhere. That's funny. He looked like a mixture of George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. Look at that. And he's like smirking, laughing, like, oh, I got you. All right, he's from France. Either way, that's her ancestors. And again, doesn't necessarily mean they were like that. So, again, ending up in French to that line. On the, this is the Fusilier de la Claire, Galame, Fusilier line. New Orleans here. So you see the general trend, right? New Orleans, Louisiana, France, or Canada, right? Whether they were coming from Quebec or Alabama, those are the, like, you see there's a pattern. There's a pattern always. And you'll start noticing, if you did a lot of genealogy, you start noticing these patterns, and that's why you can kind of tell the story based on all the experience you got doing this, of the movements of certain families and certain peoples in the Americas, their migration patterns. And there you go. Le Fusilier de la Claire, going back to Rhône, Alpes, France. Like I said, not all her French people are from Acadia or Acadians or have something to do with that. There's different types of French in her family. A lot of the Louisiana French in her family. The different types of French that went to Louisiana. Okay. On the Masse, or Masse. Let's see what they're saying. And there you go, France too, and then up in St. Martinville. So a lot of these people are probably refugees, or people that are being forced out of their place. Remember, there's a lot of stuff going on, the French Revolution, all this stuff that's going on over there, guys. A lot of history that we leave out with our own ancestry. A lot of the struggles that they went through. Don't assume this ain't your people just because they're coming out of France. I mean, you guys see, these are her people. I went up Agathe Prefere, who's her second great grandmother. All right? And she's being called mulatto. Okay? 1880, mulatto. 1900, black, so-called black. You just saw her whole genealogy, all of them going back to France. All right? You tell me, man. Nothing is as it seems. Yes, exactly. So let's close down that line. Let's close down the Olivier line. All right? We're going up to De Rouen. There's a lot of siblings here. A lot of these families had, a lot of siblings. Okay. All right. You guys still with me? I'm already getting tired. This is very complex, guys. We go detail. I'm very detailed. I like the details and this stuff. Stop generalizing. Hey, if you like to support the hard work, go ahead and please do. This stuff ain't easy, actually. Takes a lot of time too, as you guys can see. I'm not even done with what I'm doing in life with you, even though I did so much already for so many days. Many hours already put into it. So Eugene Gustave de Rion. All right, we went all the way back to her great-grandfather. This is what he looked like. So let me, some of the images. I'm still here. This is all on her mom's side. Still. All right. So again, Eugene Gustave de Rion. Right. That's the image I colorized. All right. De Rion. House of De Rion. That's what they look like. House of De Rion. Looking like Cape Verdeans and stuff, and Cleo. Oh, come on. We got the internet's acting up now, huh? They hating on us. They hating on us. Let's go. Come on. Come on. There we go. So that's when he was young. And what do you like to do in these programs, I noticed? I don't know if he was really wearing glasses. I think sometimes they add glasses. They add stuff. But that's what he looked like. Alright. Let me see. I got the original. Oh yeah. So yeah, he did have glasses. As you guys can see. Right. Oh, he had one glass. I don't know. It looks like it's like half. That's her great-grandfather. That's her great-grandfather, House of De Rouen. Now, for his parents, actually, let me see. We didn't go into the, so 1900, I just want to show you guys. So 1900, he's being called black, right? He's already 40, 1900, so mulatto, all right? 10 years later, mulatto. 1930, Negro, black. So you see how they be switching up, right? All the time. And here's Agnes's, her grandmother's, again, death certificate and confirming Eugene de Rouen, Odelia Broussard. Odelia, we're going to see Odelia, what she looks like as the parents. Okay. Now, with his mom, wasn't able to really get specifically who his mom was, but I do have his dad with two different women, which I'm thinking one of them is his mom, right? On the Suzanne Broussard line, I went up. That goes up to the Indian. I'm gonna show you. But we go. There's a more direct line that goes up because it's related to this Broussard too. They were marrying and relate, with each other and all that. So, all right. So his dad is Eloy de Rouen, Jacques de Rouen from Saint Martinville, 1807. In 1891, he passed away in Louisiana. Okay, so before we go up, this is Beyonce's great-grandmother, Adelia Julia Broussard. Okay? Now let's go to the gallery because that's the enhancement. Sometimes they tweak up stuff, but that's literally almost what I'm going to show you. That's the original. Not much different. I mean, that's what she looks like. Okay? That's an enhancement, colorized. That's a regular colorized. So this is just regular without the enhancement. So you guys can see that's kind of what, all right? And she's here. As you can see, everybody knew about her. Okay. '1880 census. She's listed as mulatto. Okay. 1900. She's listed as black. Okay, black. So-called black. Black. Told you. You telling me she can easily be mistaken for so-called white? All right. You guys know what I'm talking about. That's why I say don't be judging based on appearance. Again, so-called black. So-called black. That's what she's being listed as, okay? So Odelia's parents are Eloy and Josephine. We're gonna get to that, okay? Eloy and Josephine. Look at that. Yeah, I was happen to colorize those two. All right. So before we do that again, Eloy, Eugene's de Rouen, the house of de Rouen, on the de Rouen line. Got his dad, Eloy Jacques de Rouen, right? 1840 census, Eloy de Rouen, free white persons. Free white, what does free white mean? Remember, that includes Moors, slaves, or indentured servants. Or is that just your children? There's a reason I'm saying that, watch. And look, he's being listed as white. And 1850, there's no, let me see. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. Most of the time, 1850, 1860, a lot of those census, they don't actually have a letter where it says color. It's blank, as you guys can see here, blank. So what you mean white? Why they calling him white? They want you to assume when it's blank that it means white. Even though a lot of the time it looks like they already had something there and it's been whited out. How do we know? Anyways, something to pay attention to, because on the digital part, it'll say white, but when you go into it, there is no complexion. So it's an assumption. Now we got an 1860 slave owner schedule, right? Again, this doesn't mean that these are not his family in here. When you start paying attention to one that's 8 years old, he's a male, one that's 7, male, and you start paying attention to his family and all the people, you start seeing that everything matches. But yes, sometimes they did have a lot of indentured servants working for them too. So yeah, she said, oh, I have some controversial history in my family. We got some slave owners, but you don't understand what they're really saying. I'm gonna show you what I mean, guys. Okay. Here's his gravesite. Hey, Alik Chita Okla. Hey, much love and respect, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Born in St. Martinsville, passed away there. These are the parents. This is history. This is all recorded. All right. All recorded. This is history. Houses de Rouen. All right, let's go back to the tree. That's kind of why I pre-record this, because it goes by a little quicker, but hey, man, appreciate you guys being here right now. Hope you're not in a rush. All right, so let's go up his dad real quick, just to go on, Jacques de Rouen. Jacques Santiago de Rouen, St. Martinville, 1780. All right, we're still there. Then we go up to Joseph. And now we're in Montreal, Canada. Isn't Quebec in Montreal? Quebec, no, that's Quebec. That's a different, my fault. Montreal, Pierre de Rouen. All right, his parents, Pierre Drouin, Montgomery, Quebec, Canada. All right, and that's kind of where I stopped. There's 11 hints. Now, again, I might continue and I might find these people marrying Indians and stuff. But as you guys can see, check it out. They got his Quebec Genealogical Dictionary of Canadian Families. It's there. These are the parents, Etienne Drouin. Even though they're not suggesting it to me, you see? They're not always going to suggest it. It's here. It's here. It's 2 different records of that. Okay. Hey, what's up, Nitz? Ain't going anywhere? Yeah. Okay. And yeah, added the folks, and they gotta add this one too. It's good to add the hands, because that kind of helps out with the algorithms. For them to release stuff. They're trying to hold it all back. They're trying to hold it all back. Make you all slaves. Make you all Africans and stuff, supposedly. And let's add siblings. Might as well. Might as well. All right. So you guys see how far we go up and the different lines. All right. And now that we added the parents, we get like, okay, well, we don't have no info, so very little hints are going to come up, but Jeannie says that's him, living in Monterey, Quebec, Canada, Drouin, and so on. Spouse Catherine Lognon. Okay. And just to speed it up, I'm gonna just leave it there in that line so you guys can see that's what House of Derouin is going. House of Derouin, that's where it's going. But I had this closed. Okay, for Susan, let me see. So Derouin, Lelux, Francois Leloup, Louisiana. Leloup, St. Martinsville. We got 7 hints. There's a whole nother line right here. Louis Leloup, as you guys can see, real records, court, landfills, official. Francois Leloup, Kathleen burial, Kathleen, Louisiana. Look at that. That's the headstone record. And that's, I guess, a house he had. That's a big, nice house now. So I can hit search, for example. Let me hit search, see what happens. Because they're not giving me the parents. Well, actually, I think that other record did give me the parents, but I don't trust Gene yet that much. I like to get other sources, but it seems they know who I'm talking about. Look at all the stuff that's coming up. Yeah, there you go. Public member photos, Louis Leloup. So this is kind of like the inside work I do, apart from what I'm showing you guys. This is what kind of takes time sometimes to verify everything. Edouard Leloup and Margaret Lambert, those are our ancestors right there. So I think I had this. I know I had these images, but just wanted to show you. I can keep going there. But it's most likely gonna end up in the same place. Because again, these families, they stuck together. These French, they try to stick together. So on certain lines, it's literally all French people, guys. It's literally all French people she has. Okay. So that's going up that. Margaret Leloup, Gordonay. Gordon, France. Gordon, huh? Name's after her. Her last name is the name of the place she's coming from. Wow. Okay, then we got Lambry. Francois Lambry from Vermilion, Louisiana. We're in the 1700s, right? So, and then his dad is, look at that, Natchitoches, Jean-Baptiste Lambert or Lambert. And Gabriel Lambert, Quebec, Canada. Gabriel's dad, he's junior, Quebec. De Saint Marie, Lambert de Saint Marie. Rousseau. All right, we gotta figure that one out. So they're saying her dad is from Rousseau, France, ended up in Quebec. So you see all the different last names associated to Beyonce. All the different French names. Like this is a lot of, she has, that's what I was saying, she has a lot of French, guys. A lot of French. Lavassière, her mom is Bourbon, the Bourbon name. Native of Amiens and Picardy Parish, Saint Joaquin. That doesn't mean Native American, that just means from there. France. Okay, Natchitoches is where she ended up, Louisiana. And she's carrying the Bourbon name. That's a deep line right there. That's a very deep line right there. Oh, that's not Bourbon, it's Bourgogne, but it might be related. So as you guys can see, I'm just doing this real quick, just so you guys can see where it's all ending up. See the pattern, right? And you see that this is not the same as everybody's genealogy, right? Every so-called black folk in America. You guys don't, a lot of people don't have any French at all. Or able to even go back so far in every line. Even if it's assuming it's a white person or a slave master, it doesn't even go back like this. But these French records and these people did kind of maintain their genealogy, and they were marrying into each other and stuff. So it's kind of, they were recording all this. All right, so that's on those lines. Let me see, what else? Herbert, right? Herbert, his dad is Amon Herbert, also coming from, look, Pisquit, Acadian, Nova Scotia. Even if it's Herbert, all right? And then says his mom is a laundry, which these are all Acadian, names. Port Royal, Acadia. Nova Scotia, Acadia. And we got the Babin, last name. We got Renee Babin, her dad, coming from New Brunswick. Remember her people, New Brunswick, Acadia, all these French Acadians where the Huguenots were ending up. All these places where her family is ending up. We got True, ends up in Acadia, Nova Scotia as well. All right, you guys see. Now, I'm gonna, like, on my own time, I'm gonna go up these lines, see if I find any marriages with Indians and stuff. For sure, I'll let you guys know. We're definitely gonna show the one that I found, the one that we were talking about earlier. I'm gonna show that today. So again, I just want to show you where all these names end up. All right. And that was all through Marie Luke's and the Durian line right here. Durian. So let me just see. So his wife's lines. Let me see. I think I did. Yeah, I did this one. Laundry, Blanchard, Legros, Recurron, Point Coupé, Louisiana. That's just in case that's his mom. I did it because one of them is his mom. Don't know which one it is. So look at this. Thibodukes, Port Royal, Annapolis, Port Royal, Nova Scotia, the Brooks line, the Laundries. The Laundries are Acadia. The Laundries are a big Acadian name. The Thibodukes as well. Teodesti, Nova Scotia, as you can see, Canada. Legros, Point Coupé, but they're saying his dad is from, let's see, Lyon, Rhône, Alpes, France. Okay, straight from France. The Legros. The mom, probably from France too. Oh, she's from Natchitoches. She was born there, supposedly, right? And then she was probably there a little longer than the husband. The mom, Cournot in France. Again, these are all historic. Most of the stuff you can verify. If I start clicking on all this, the hints are, it's all going to verify. That's why once you pass 1700s, and especially with French and Acadians, it gets very, very accurate. A lot of information, a lot of documentation. All right. Recurron name is ending up in, well, that's still in St. Martin. It says there in 1735. Deruis, Point Coupé, Crioli, calling her Grioli. All right, and that's where they're ending up. So on the Deruit side, France, as you guys can see, ending up in Louisiana. Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you just joined us and you got questions, the best thing to do is rewatch the live. You can do that now. You can go start from the beginning or watch it when I'm done, but I'm going to be here for another while, so yeah, good luck. So we've been here. Oh, wow, it's already pretty long. Wow. I didn't know it was already this long. I got to speed it up, or maybe I got to do part 2, her bad side. Damn. Whoopsie. Okay. So again, that was through his wife, Melanie de Rouen. All right. Through his other wife, Suzanne Broussard. Okay, Broussard. We got Joseph Broussard and Mary LeBlanc. Okay. Joseph Broussard, Rene Broussard, Nova Scotia. Okay, his aunt, Gaudin, his mom, also Nova Scotia. On the LeBlanc side, Nova Scotia. And Anastia Morse Louviers, okay? So, this Joseph Broussard is also the dad of another of her ancestors, which is Josephine Adeline Broussard, who I'm going to show you. So, it's the same line that goes up to the Amors, and it's going to go up to the Indians. So I'm going to show you guys, okay? Now we come back to this one. So you guys see where that's going. The Broussard and all that, I'm going to show you guys where that goes. And again, these are the same the Broussards, right? The famous heroes, the Acadian heroes. This is not him right here. This is a descendant, but he's carrying the name. Okay. Now that was all through Derouin. That was all through the Derouin side. Okay. Now we're gonna go up Odelia Broussard. Odelia Broussard. Okay. So her parents, sorry guys, making sure I don't get confused. Okay, so her parents are Eloy. We saw the image, right? That say he's supposed to be white. You know, he could just be somebody who's passing for white. We saw many examples already in her family, right? They were also being called mulatto and black. This is the best image we got of him. All right, so yeah, I mean, yeah, he does look like he's light skinned, right? But it's conjecture. Like we saw many of her ancestors also pass very white passing. Yeah, very much so. Very much. So a lot of information on him, a lot of records, you know, very prominent person in the community. Or like Eloy Rosemont Broussard. All right. Oh, oops, sorry. Oops. 1850s, federal census, slave schedule supposedly. Oh yeah, I think I got an image here I got to show you guys. I'm still looking for that image I had found. It's gonna pop up. I know it is. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Perfect. You guys ready? This is what I've been saying this whole time. This is what I've been saying this whole time. This is that same slave schedule they just showed us. So this is the family who did this, right? So they're saying that even though this is the slave schedule, actually there's a website who explains this. There's a website that explains this, but so as you can see, Rosemont, that's his dad, and Eloy Broussard. So that's Junior, and that's his dad. Both listed as slave owners, right? You see the slaves supposedly. The slaves never have names, guys. They never have names for the slaves. So you always assume. But look what it's telling you. That Celestine, Eloy's wife, Celestine, she's right here. Follow the line. 32, so supposed to be a slave of his dad. She could have just been working for him. She knew the family, indentured servant, right? They grew up together. Now look at this. Pierre Broussard going down. It's supposed to be Eloy's slave, right? That's his son. This is his son, right? It's supposed to be his slave. Basically what I'm showing you guys, follow the lines. These are all the families. And they're in here. All right? That's all family listed in the slave schedule. So that's what I'm saying. You got to dodge the hijack. Just because you find a slave schedule doesn't mean white slave master and African slaves. Or that they were literally chattel slaves to these people. And they lived separately or apart and they treated them bad. And, you know, this is family here. They're just making into slaves. Family, French people. French, a lot of them white passing. We just saw them. I just showed you how they look. I just showed you Odelia, right? This is how they call them slaves. That's why you gotta empty your cup. Empty your cup. Brain fart. Take it all out. All the confusion. Take it all out. Take it all out. Yep, siblings, cousins, the ages, they all match. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. So this is his obituary. All right, let's continue, guys. So this is Broussard, her second great grandfather. We're gonna go up the Broussard line real quick, guys, and we're gonna see. What are we gonna see? Remember Joseph and Mary LeBlanc? They're here again. Mary Constant LeBlanc. We already went up. I'm gonna show you though. So remember, I told you she has different relatives that come from the same people, right? And this Broussard, their daughter, which is Eloy's mom, right? Josephine Broussard, married a cousin. I'm saying cousin. I didn't see Elroy and Joseph being related, but they could be like maybe second or third cousins, possibly, or related somehow. But you see, they both got the Broussard name, and I confirmed that the stories are there. Like, this is legit. So this is Eloy's parents, right? Eloy's parents. You want to call him the white man? Well, I'm going to show you the Indian that they're saying come out of that Beyonce is related to come out of his line. All right, so you want to call him the white man? All right. So his dad, Rosamond Josephat Broussard. All right. 1820 census, free whites, of course. 1820, free whites. 1850, and this is the slave schedule we just looked at, where they list in all the family members. All the family members. Slave owner, huh? Dodge the hijack. Okay. Now his dad is Eloy Joshaphat Armand. There was a great picture here with cattle. I don't know if that's theirs from that time, but this is his dad. Louisiana got many records here. St. Martin, look at that. Land, probate, records, wills, headstone, applications for military. Again, a lot of these people were in the War of 1812. As you can see here, another one, War of 1812. A lot of her people were in the War of 1812. Pretty amazing. All right, he's still in St. Martinsville. His dad is Amand de Bill Broussard. And he's coming from where? Quebecoit, Acadia. Acadia. Okay. So let's go back now that look, there's records for this too. This is all legit. You can verify all this stuff here. Direct lines, right? What do you mean guardian, man? That's her husband. Wife and husband who loved each other, had kids, married. What do you mean guardian? Is that what you mean? Like you're saying that's their guardian? Is that what you're asking? All right, so on the Broussard, on that side, on that Broussard line, that's what I was saying. It seems like they're a different type of Broussard. Okay, actually, nope. Here's the Joseph Broussard de Buissolo. That's actually the same line. It's just different children. Yeah, so they are kind of cousins. They're like third or fourth cousins. That's what I just realized. Okay. So Trahan, a very Cajun Acadian name. I did a lot of Trahans, genealogy people from Louisiana. All right, Pierre Trahan going back to Acadia, right? And he died in England. They both died in England. His son Pierre, Nova Scotia and Louisiana. Duhan, the Duhan line. Going back to Nova Scotia as well. Vincent, Nova Scotia, Vincent. Okay. Going back down to Trahan. Close up that Eloy. Okay. Now we're gonna go up his cousin's line. Joseph Broussard, which we did earlier, which is Rene Broussard. And there you go, Joseph Greg Bessol. That's the famous Acadian. So you saw, I already had him. But yeah, they're like third or fourth cousins, literally. Okay. Famous Acadian, the famous Acadian hero of the Acadians is her ancestor. Okay. Now let's go up. Let me see. Okay, so the Gowden, on the Gowden, they're also in Acadia. Acadians, Cajuns, the Thibodeaux, Acadia, or Sally, Acadia, St. Martinville, where she landed up. All right, close that line. Close this Broussard up. We're gonna go up Mary LeBlanc. Mary LeBlanc, first LeBlanc. LeBlanc, Jacques LeBlanc, her dad, Quebec, Canada. Right? Julien LeBlanc, Montreal region, still in Canada. Vanier, another Vanier. We had another Vanier, another line. All right. Roulieu. As you guys see, I did a lot of genealogy. Again, France. The Roulieux are going to France. Geoffridin dit Geoffrion. Doesn't give us a place, but either Quebec or France. 12 hints here, ready to show us. Okay, let's close that line. We close the little blank. We go down to Pierre LeBlanc. Again, where are we? This is Odelia's, actually, Eloy's, well, Odelia, right? Because that's her daughter. Yeah. Odelia's two ancestors. So this is, okay, look, Odelia's second great grandparents, right? We're going to go up Anastie d'Amours. Anastie d'Amours. Going up Jean de l'Amours, who's from New Brunswick, Acadia, 1725. Olivier, d'Amours Olivier. All right. His wife, Bergeron, Royal, Annapolis, all right, Acadia as well. And then you got Dugas over here, Annapolis, Acadia as well. Acadians. Close that line. Continue to go up the Amours line, right? Amours ends up in Quebec, Canada. And then you got Morandis, it says here, the Chafours in France, and then up. And his wife, Guyon is in Quebec. Now, Odelia's fourth great grandparents, Louis d'Amours, was born in 1697 in Acadia, right? He was married to Ursule de Abadi, the same casting. Remember who married the Indian girl? No one only but her dad, Jean Vincent Baron II of Abadi, the same casting from the Pyrenees Antiques from France. And he passed away in France, but he lived many years amongst the Indians and did many things. And his wife is who? Pidiawensky Molly married Matilde Abenakis, an Indian of the Abenakis. All right. Let me show you something, guys. Okay. So her dad is the guy we read about earlier, Chief Makdokwando Abenaki. And check it out, guys. This is Beyonce's ninth great grandfather. Oh, that's a nice. I like this statue. I look like a copper colored man to me. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go back. There's no Nigerian side, Novi. Why are you still continuing to add maybes, assumptions, conjectures, and false pseudo outdated opinions? I'm gonna show you that side. Now I'm gonna do his side. There's no Nigerian on that side. Ancestry DNA tests are false, guys. If you're new to my channel, if you just came out of nowhere and you're talking about Nigeria, then you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're very behind. Please catch up, with all respect. With all respect. I'm gonna show you her dad's side. Stop with the adding false narratives. Stop making people into something they're not. Go back up. Look how back up we went. All right, ninth great grandparents, right? Go up his line. Now the story, guys. This is what gets interesting. Like, I was reading everything. I was reading the stories about him and online and everything. Okay. And in these books and stuff. And supposedly he was adopted by this guy, Asaminasqua, chief of the Kennebec. So they're saying that Makawando was adopted in all the stories and all the historical stories. So does it mean he's not Indian? Not really. Indians adopted many other people and took them in. Could he be French a little bit? Huh? Or was his wife French? Because we don't know who the Indian maiden. It just says Indian maiden. So there's still a lot of things to resolve, even when we find Indians. It gets pretty complex. Now Matilda, right? Her mom's supposed to be, and a lot of records confirm this, Beaumacin. Now that last name is interesting, Matilda Beaumacin. She's still supposed to be Indian, right? And then look at Her dad is Sagamore Chief Norishwok Bomasin. What is that? What is that? What does that mean? This is what I'm saying. There's a lot more to these Indians, guys. A lot more history that we're about to uncover and open Pandora's box if they allow us to stick around a little longer. Stick around. Okay, so it's hard, obviously, the records here, but this is the famous Indian story of Beyonce, right? This is what they're saying she's getting it from, all right? The Abenaki, if you don't know who they are, read about them, all right? I mean, remember, enemies of the Iroquois. Iroquois, big enemies. Not everybody's down with each other. So we good here? We're gonna go back down. That was through the Amours, then to the LeBlancs. That was all through Marie LeBlanc and Joseph Broussard. And that was all through Eloy, right? Eloy Broussard. I'm gonna go up Josephine Celestine, Tina Celestine, just like Beyonce's mom. That's where she got the name, Celestine, or Tina, Teeny, or Tyne, Celestine, Tyne, Teen, Lesser, Lacey, or Lissy. Okay. And that is her image right there. And you can't just start say, oh, that's a slave just because her color. This is what a lot of people, they try to make her into a slave, and they always say she might have been a slave. What's up with all the assumptions and stuff? And again, I just showed you, if she was indentured to her dad, that's a whole different story. Indentured servitude and all that, and you got to really understand the whole story completely. Hey, if you can find me on Telegram, good luck. If not, email. You gotta understand, I have hundreds of requests, and I had to stop for a while in October, and I'm starting it up again. I was doing it for 3 years straight. This takes a lot of work. It consumes a lot of time for me to do my videos. This is like my job now. So, just bear with me. If you really want the help, just, reach out. I first come, first serve, or whoever's more hesitant, more active, and getting me to get on a call with them. They're the ones usually that, end up, doing a session with me. And I've done hundreds, a lot. Okay, here goes the same image, right? What slaves? These are all family. Yeah, you own the whole family. And she goes at an older age. I should have colorized this one. I probably will. Yeah, most likely, probably have been, may have been, probably, maybe, I think. That's what everybody always does. All right, so I just wanted to show Celestine, 1880. She's listed as mulatto. Mulatto. Doesn't that mean half black, half white? Supposedly. This is what I'm saying. They never, you call them mulatto, a lot of different looking people. Now, 1900, black, right? 1920, black, right? Of course, they're going to start using the crayon colors. I just realized that you guys were talking about the Beyonce and Beyonce. Oh, okay, I get it now. I get what you guys are talking about now. I didn't really notice that. I wasn't thinking about that. But yeah, you guys are onto something. All right. So let's go to her dad. She's a Joseph Losi. Now, a lot of this is mostly from, because I didn't get her dad. I didn't get her parents, It's just literally from family members, from the different family trees, right? They had Joseph Lassie and Rosalie Jean Lewis. Many different families, very detailed. That's why I know it's pretty accurate. It's not like all mixed up information. pretty concise and matching. Many different lines. Again, you see many different families have the same thing. So when you do this, there's a lot of things to look out for to know that you're sure. I'm just really used to it. I know how to use the software. I've done so many. I can run through these like nothing. Tai G, what do you mean this info ain't accurate? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? You make no sense, man. You're saying this 1880 census is not accurate? This is a fake 1880 census. Like, what are you talking about, man? There's birth certificates here. There's marriage records, the military stuff. I haven't showed you all that because I'm trying to speed through it. I'm not. Look, the website is something else. That's why you got to know how to be the genealogist. If you don't know how to be the genealogist, then yeah, you're gonna start adding mad things if you don't know what you're doing. You're right. That's what I've been saying the whole time since day one about using these websites. Taiji, you're corny, man. You're corny. You're just practicing cognitive dissonance right now, and you don't even realize it. You just hurt because your Pan-African beliefs are being debunked live on TV. Ancestry, I don't know what you're talking about. Ancestry is not accurate. Ancestry is your ancestors. You make no sense, man. So I'm gonna time you out because you're just literally distracting people. You're literally just distracting people and talking smack now. Talking smack now. Because you got 9 to say, so you start talking smack, right? You got 9 to say when I just, you make no sense, man. I point out that you're making no sense. Go give opinions. Go be heard somewhere else, man. Go follow Umar Johnson, so you can feel good about yourself. So on the Lacey side, seems as dad was coming from New Jersey. All right, you guys see that? In Louisiana. Go ahead and verify it. Debunk it before. Why don't you debunk something before you say it's inaccurate? Once you debunk something, then you can say it's inaccurate. And once you prove somebody's from Africa, show me the real ships, what port they left from, what tribe they were from, all that, then you can say this is inaccurate. Fighting to keep a belief. That's cognitive dissonance. They don't know what that is, guys. They're just learning about the feelings, the mixed emotions they're having right now. And it angers them, so they act childish. They start talking smack on a lie. They say, I'm gonna be respectful, but he's talking mad. Nah, I'm not letting this slide. Nah. So they got their ego. They gotta feed their ego. Man, like we've been going through her genealogy and they're still talking about Nigerians. Can you guys believe it? Man. So very interesting again for Josephine, her parents, Joseph Lassie, again from Atacapas, his wife Rosaline Jean Lewis. We're gonna go up her line, but let's go up Lacey. His dad is from New Jersey, ended up in Louisiana. His mom, Andrews. Hey, Ross, Clan Ross, Andrews. Come on, man. Clan Ross and Drews. Come on now. So Benjamin Andrews, Virginia, right? Virginia. Opelousas, Marion Hargrave, Virginia. Now you see the difference, right? Joseph Andrews, Story, Virginia, American colonies. Let's go up the Andrews line. As far as I could actually take it, where I can actually, seems like it's verifiable, because I don't just add things like TJ is saying. Just because he doesn't know how to use it. He's talking about himself. You don't know how to use it. But I know how to verify things, man. There's records in here, man. Like there's a lot of records in here. You know? So we got the Thomas Andrews, Surrey, Virginia. Thomas Andrews the second. And they're saying they're coming from London. The Drew's name, Andrews, right? And into Virginia, 1688. Dorothy Elliott. Okay. Oh man, they brought us all the way back. Hold on. Okay, and then we got Proctor, also in Virginia. Her mom is Priscilla Rogers Proctor, still in Virginia. Oh, wait, at Brunswick County, yep. Okay. Okay. Oh man, they keep bringing us back. They keep bringing us back. So this is where we're ending up, right? In Virginia, still here. Her dad, Rogers, Surrey County, Virginia. Like literally, almost, almost close to Jamestown times. All right. There's a Mary Cartwright. And they left out her dad, but it's most likely in here. We're going to the hints. And of course, let me show you. Now, this is what I'm saying. This is what TG, he's probably falling for. TYG. So look, there's supposed to be a picture of Elizabeth Rogers Proctor here, right? But when was she born, guys? 1715. When did she pass away? 1747. So how does she, the only person in the world that has a photograph from 1700s? Huh? Hello? Somebody explain that to me. When was the camera invented, guys? So, yes, we know there's things in Ancestry website that could be wrong. That's why you gotta discern through the information and know what you're doing. Okay? Now they're trying to say they had it in the BC. Come on, China. All right. Okay, lenses. They're talking about lenses. All right, camera. Early photographic camera. Early experiments in Germany. No experiments. No, don't lie. We already know. The first permanent photograph camera was made in 1826. That's just one. They didn't mass produce cameras until after 1837. By 1837, he was able to fix images with common salt solution. He called this process the daguerreotype. That's when they was actually starting to mass produce it and actually creating better pictures, real pictures. And then after the 40s and 50s, when they started mass producing them to people. So there ain't no cameras in the 1700s, at least not that we know of, right? So what is this picture right here? This is what I'm saying. They're gonna try to make everybody white just because it's not showing slaves or what they want to see, right? They're like, oh, these gotta be white people because these are colonists, or these are people in the early 1600s. So this is not right. This is from Civil War era. This is no. That's why you got to go through the hints. Yes and no, TG. You got to know how to use this website, man. Go through the records correctly. How are you going to say a military record of your grandfather is not real? The military record, and it has his mom and everything, the address, when he was born. There's real stuff in here, man. Okay, so here's the dad, Nicholas Owens Proctor. That's another. That's Catherine. That's a different family. Priscilla. Okay. All right. Okay, it's getting pretty dark here. Let me turn on my light. Okay. So on the Rogers, it just ends in Virginia. All right. And no hints. And then the Cartwright, they're telling us her dad, Robert Cartwright, is from England. And Mary Elizabeth Richard, or Orchard, from England as well. And brought us all the way down again. All right, so Andrews, I think that was coming from England. The Andrews, she's Lewis, Isle of Wight County, Virginia. And Sarah George, Charlotte City, Virginia. And it ends there. Okay, Goldstone. Isle of Wight, England, Goldstone, her mom. Welsh immigrant. Go ahead, anybody's free. Feel free to verify any of this. Feel free to verify it. And please do. So I can have if it's incorrect, please let me know. Please. Please let me know. But I've done many trees, guys, where it just stops all of a sudden and you can't go nowhere. And that's not the case for Beyonce's tree. And it would make sense that even in Josephine's line, it would go up because maybe she was one of the prominent people, you know, colored folks coming up, you know, but it would also had a European in her too. But again, we found the Indian through her husband. And he's supposed to be the light-skinned one. All right, things to just point out here. And I know a lot of people why you, come on, Kurimeo, stop that. What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just observe, watch, and verify. Verify this. The burden of proof is on anybody else. Go ahead and verify. Spitting in a tube, it doesn't count. Spitting in a tube don't count. Again, a lot of this is historic, and they've been holding this back. Now, do we have the correct understanding of what we think of American Indians and Europeans before the Europeans came? How do we know they weren't going back and forth and already family and already, you know, trading and going back and forth and mixing before that? You know, like, this is a lot to think about. This is the only thing I'm saying. Remember, we've had resets and false chronologies and all that. Phantoms and duplicates. Okay? Phantoms and duplicates. You know, it's a lot to recap, so you just gotta rewatch the video. You know, I'm not even done. So again, that was all going. Lewis, Welsh, George there. On the Proctor side, we got Joshua, Surrey, Virginia. And then Jamestown. Look at that. James City, Surrey, Jamestown. George Ambrose Proctor. And Elizabeth Burgess, Bishop Mary Proctor, Jamestown, James City, Colonial Jamestown. All right, she has some Jamestown ancestors. Okay. And that's it. And that's it. We hit a dead end. So you see, could be Indians too. Doesn't like, you know. So of course I gotta pursue, hit search, and see what I find. But you kind of see where that goes. Just want to have it, keep an open mind of everything. Okay. I did show one legit Indian ancestor, right? Like, but there's many in here that are not classified as Indians, you know, and a lot of the history and a lot of these French people, there's a lot of them are very mixed with indigenous from all the way back to 1400, 1500s. Okay, so let me, all right, where were we? How did we get? All right, we got here through Lacey, then the Andrews. We're gonna close the Lacey line on the Jean Lewis. This was her mom. Didn't get very far at all, as you guys can see, her mom's side. St. Martinsville, Louisiana. And that's it. But at least we passed that barrier, right? And then her mom, Roussette. And look at her mom's last name, though, Broussard. Another Broussard. coming out of Maryland. So you see, they're just like, yeah, she's really French. She's very French. Her family on her mom's side is very French. Okay. And then that was again all through Odelia. It was being called black and mulatto. Believe it or not, black and mulatto, all that, you know, all that. That's her makeup. So you can't just say she's white or a mix, and you know that doesn't really describe her. Like just so much history there. And let me see, going back down. Let me go home. Okay, so all right, guys, that was Beyonce's genealogy. I'm on her mother's side. All right, we did everything. We're gonna move on to her dad's side now. You guys ready? All right. Again, sorry about that. Quick intermission, guys. Hope you're not in a rush. Gotta get my water break. Wow. Hey, I'm back, guys. You like the beat? That's from the YouTube free audio library, believe it or not. It's free. You can use it to monetize and everything on YouTube. So we're gonna go up Beyonce's dad's line now. So that was very complex, right? Her mom's a lot of people, a lot of different lines. When it comes to these French Acadians and all these French Louisiana people, it can get very complex, and it can keep going up to the 1700s, 1600s a lot of the times. Like I've noticed that a lot. I'm talking about when I've done black folks from Louisiana. It's a pattern. Most of them all can go back that far back, and yeah, those are their ancestors. They'll tell you themselves, yeah, these are my ancestors. So, you got people in the crowd saying, how we know that's accurate? Bro, you can't tell the living people their history that they know. All right. Kurimeo, what you talking about, Apollo, man? I already showed you my tree, man. Apollo, you're corny, man. Listen, man, don't come chat here, man. Don't come chat here. That's how you're 7 years late, man. That's how late you are, man. Over 750 presentations, man. And I've shown my genealogy many times, man. Many times, man. Where's your genealogy? Yeah, so you just lost your privilege, man. I gotta treat people like little kids sometimes. It sucks, man, but gotta time them out. Like when they're in kindergarten and stuff. Like when they're in kindergarten, all they're doing is come and bringing negative. What you doing? What's your point, man? What's your point, man? What's your point? What does this have to do with me? I'm showing somebody's genealogy, and you can verify all this information. What's that got to do with me? You just got a personal against me, man. You can't even play it off because of your ego. Yeah. Hey, man, I gotta treat grown-ass people like little kids, timing them out like they're in kindergarten. Interrupting the presentation and distracting, talking about other things that are not related. And yes, I have shown my genealogy for the record. Catch up, man. Catch up. I ain't afraid to show who I am. Come on, man. What's your point? Timed out like a little kid. Now that's what you got. Don't create no other accounts either, man. Don't be trolling like the other people, man. Creating different accounts, man. I just timed you out for 24 hours. Just good. Next time you can come back, correct. Come back correct. Yeah. And if you got questions, reach out to me personally. Anybody got questions, reach out to me personally. But you don't, because you don't want to. That's the truth. That's the truth. You have plenty of time to contact me in a respectful way and get to talk to me if you want to know who I am. And if you really want to know, then catch up to the videos because you're 7 years late. Period. All right? That's for everybody that's like Apollo, who was wondering the same thing. Yeah, Apollo, Greek gods, and yeah, okay. You already know, King. All right. We're going to go move on to Beyonce's dad, all right? Matthew Knowles, who was a big time music producer, manager, right? He like helped Destiny's Child and his daughters and different people. So he was in the industry, right? Matthew Knowles, born in Etowah, Alabama, all right? And let's go to his, just people get a, there you go. That's him right there. So executive, talent manager, and businessman. Record executive, okay? This is a sibling, Jesse Foster. All right. So she married a Foster as well, I guess, his mom. All right. Now, that picture right there, some of you might know more than me, but I had that picture was attached to her. But there's a child and a older lady in that picture, so I don't know which was the one they're trying to. They just didn't point it out. I think it's the older lady. I mean the mom, because the years of the picture looks. It looks old. So anyways, his dad is Matthew Quintel Knowles, born in Etowah, Alabama as well. He passed away there in 1927, 1930 census, listed as Negro. He's 3 years old here, and he's the son of Taylor Knowles and Gurley Knowles, right? Gurley's maiden name is, I had her, man, I did have her, I thought I did have it. Oh, Miller, yeah, I did have her Miller, she's a Miller. Let's go back, right? Not go to, so we're doing Beyonce's grandparents right now, right? Okay, Matthew Quintel Knowles again. What's this London stuff here? Remove that. Okay, I don't know how that slipped in there. So U.S. find a grave. This is a grave information. Again, Taylor Knowles and Curly May Miller, spouse Lou Helen Knowles, or Hogue. That's her maiden name. Okay, Social Security records. Well, how do you know this information is accurate? Well, man, if you can't believe this, then you really can't believe anything. Then nothing you can believe in is real. You know? 1940 census, he's 13. 10 years later, still living with his parents and all his siblings in Etowah, Alabama. All right, we move up. We're gonna go up. Let's go up his dad's side, on the Knowles side, right? Let's go up the Knowles side real quick. We'll come back down. All right. Is that Taylor Knowles Sr.? Right. 1900 census. 1 year old. Wow. Being listed as black. Right. Living with his dad Isaac. Mother Sarah Knowles says here. In Cedar Springs, Cherokee, Alabama. Cherokee County. 1910. It should be 10 or 11, right? See how they be messing up. Sterling, Cherokee, Alabama still. Ike or Isaac, Sarah. Same people, same siblings. Okay, so this is how we confirm that we got the right people, man. Like, we're not just adding things. So, you know. Taylor Knowles colored. Gurley McMiller. So look, they're just going Miller, but it's McMiller. McMiller. Chattanooga, Georgia, where they got married. And so on. Okay. And that was a World War II draft record that shows in the image right here. His parents, okay, are James Knowles. Oh, sorry, James Ike Knowles from Chattooga, Georgia. Okay, and that's a picture of him, 1867. You know, DNA for murder mysteries, paternity, that's something else. Are you talking about DNA testing to know the landmass of where your ancestors came out of? That's not accurate. You cannot determine your ancestors' landmass that way. So just because you have relations in Africa or somebody that's in Africa, you have similar DNA as them, doesn't mean your ancestors came out of that land. Okay? So, just in case, you're talking about forensics. Now you said photo forensics. Okay, now I know what you. Okay, oh, you're talking about. Okay. So this is James Isaac, right?
It sound right, boy.
Beyonce's ancestor, right? I colorized that, by the way, like it was some black and white. This is the original. And it's a lot of stories I'm not even reading. So, says here in February 1867, James Isaac Ike Knowles was born in nearby Chattooga County, Georgia, the son of Henry and Elmira, who were probably former slaves. On July 11, 1898, Ike married Sarah Elizabeth Dixon from Alabama, the daughter of Alfred and Hannah. Okay, we got that. According to family history, the latter being full-blooded Cherokee Indian. They talking about Sarah Dixon. Full-blooded Cherokee? Like, exactly what do they mean by that? So this is the thing. I know I'm not. She most likely is Indian, but she might be a Muskogee, Creek, Choctaw, like specifically. You get what I'm trying to say? Or she might be maybe an Eastern Woodland Indian that somehow ended up, you know, being classified as Cherokee or being called Cherokee. And that's what I'm saying. But we'll see. You know, like, we got the genealogy. Like, we'll see where it ends. It's not going to be the same as the mom's side, guys. So this is, you know, this is a big difference. The census of 1900 finds Ike and Sarah living in Cedar Springs, Cherokee County, sometimes before 1920. They're located in Galesville. By this time, they have parented at least 8 children. Their eldest son, Taylor, married Gurley May Inez Miller. They, in turn, had at least 7 children. Their son, Matthew McKnowles, married Lou Helen Hogue. And in 1952, they had his son, Matthew. If you haven't already guessed the celebrity to which we are referring, this next piece of puzzle should give it away. Matthew married Celestine, Tina, and Beyonce. Yes, Beyonce Knowles, who along with her husband, Jay-Z, aka Corey Carter, recently gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Blue Ivy Carter. All right, so they're talking about that. But all right, confirming what we have in the tree. Another way of confirming, which is oral traditions of the family. Okay? So they're saying, hey, Sarah Dixon, full-blooded Cherokee. Okay? Okay, let me see. So before we go up, the Knowles, because we'll go. We got, again, Gurley Mae Miller, the wife of Taylor Knowles, right? Her parents, William Prophet Miller, and Jenny Hall Miller. So she's a Hall. All right. And as you guys can see, I just want to show you, it's not the same. It's not the same as Beyonce's mom's lines. You see how we just get all of a sudden 1830s, 1840s. That's the wall you kind of always hit. Most black folks, right? It isn't as easy. They don't want you to go past that because you're supposed to be slaves. You're all supposed to be slaves. And when you get past these barriers, guys, it opens up Pandora's box. Like you start really finding historical stuff and, you know, Indians and colonists and founders of towns and surveyors and people owning lands and acres and all this kind of stuff, right? Military, War of 1812, like we saw on the other side, Revolutionary War soldiers, things like that. You know, these are your family members that they didn't want you to know about. You just wanted you to think it was all African ancestors from, you know, slavery. So, William P. Miller's parents, supposedly, is Caroline Elder. We have here. Let me just show you. They're saying Oscar F. Frederick Miller. Sometimes I don't go with all the suggestions, and that's what I was trying to tell you. So, Prophet William Miller, right? He's 6 years old here, listed as mulatto, birthplace Georgia. Okay. 1934, and he's with Jane, listed as black. Father's birthplace Georgia. Okay. So that was 30-year gap, 1870 to 1900. Where's the 1880, 1890? They supposedly burned it, but guess what, guys? I found in 1890 in her family's records. I forgot which. It was one in Perry. Oh, I think it's on this side. Yeah, it's on her dad's side, Perry, Alabama. I found an 1890 census. Supposedly, some of the counties had copies or signed. Those didn't burn down, and I saw how it looked, and it's very detailed. It's very different, and I think that's why they took it away or burned it. Anyways, conspiracy theorists. All right, so Prophet Miller, marriage in Cherokee County to Jenny Hall. Jenny is colored, by the way. It says comment. Okay, really? And more marriage records, so you can see there's like this stuff is real. Directory. All right. So the family members, I think, is where I got the mom from. Let me see. But sometimes you gotta. Okay. So Caroline Elder, this one, they had no dad, and this one had no dad, and then all of a sudden the dad started popping up. So they're saying this Frederick Miller is the dad. So let's check it out. So this is another tree. This is somebody else's tree that has the same. This is probably her cousins. So if anybody has a tree similar to yours, they're most likely your cousins, guys. You can reach out to them, talk to them. They're more likely willing to share since they have a tree on Ancestry. So anyways, so what proof do they have that these are the parents? That's what I'm saying. I think we did have Caroline living with somebody. That's where I had her. Okay, so no parents here. This is only Jeannie. It's coming through Jeannie. That's what I'm saying. And all that can be added manually in Jeannie. Let me show you guys. Like, what is he talking about? Okay, so look, view record is going to bring me to GNet. Hold on. GNet.org. And these are just manual entries. You don't need to add sources here. People add whatever they want here. So sometimes it's very off. And sometimes it's very accurate. So it depends. You got to really discern this information. All right. Now they're saying sources here, but most of the time there is no sources. Like you go and you don't find any of this, or they don't have any of the parents. Like we have all this. None of these sources mention the parents. We got the 1870, we got the 1900, 1920. So this one, 1865, birth, 1930 source. Okay, ancestry. Let's see. Let's click on that. So it just brought me to Ancestry. That's all it did, guys. See, it just brought me to Ancestry.com. They're like, go look for it. That's what I'm saying. Go look for it. Okay, I did. I did already. Okay. Okay, here we go. So they're saying Oscar. Okay, this is why I was hesitant on add this, because William's being listed as, well, he did was called mulatto once, but Oscar F. Frederick, this is why I don't add things like this. Look, this guy is born in New York and he died in Iowa. Or New York, Iowa County, or Iowa. No, he died in Iowa. New York and Iowa, right? William Prophet, he's from Georgia. And, you know, then his son, we know where he probably passed away. Okay, he's the dad of Gurley, right? Gurley was born in Georgia. And then she went to Alabama. So how is that guy related? How is he so when you go to his records, now let me show you this. So 1850 census, Ohio, white. 1860, New York, Iowa. 1870, New York, Iowa. 1880, Iowa. When did he go to Georgia? 1900, New York. He was up there all his life. 1910, New York. 1920, Iowa. Right? And where's the military records? Oh, maybe he was in the military and he had a baby in Georgia and he came back up and oh, that's a lot of maybes and conjectures. So my point is that a lot of these are wrong, these suggestions. So I in my tree, I noticed that right away. I noticed when they're trying to make somebody a slave or the son of a slave, and they don't even know how to lie, because that. Let me go back to my tree. Uh-oh. Now I lost my tree. Here we go. So what I do, and I kept doing it, and I keep putting it back. I said no. I said this. They ask you if this him. I say no, ignore, and they won't let me ignore it. You saw that, guys? It blanked out. It blanked out. It won't let me ignore it. They don't want you to find the real parents. All right, no, ignore. There we go. Because if you leave that on there, it's actually blocking possible real father that won't get suggested, right? And I already hit ignore on that so many times, guys, and it keeps popping up. And that's their algorithms trying to block it. Now, Caroline Elder. And the other thing about that other guy, he was married to different women, different kids, everything. He wasn't married to Caroline Elder. And here we go. So Caroline, as I was saying, is listed with Prophet William Miller. That's his mom. That's where I got her, okay? And that's why I have her. All right. Hey Tia, don't take nothing like that personal. They don't know. They just, trying to keep on topic. Yeah, make sure to email me or find me on Telegram for any personal stuff. All right. J9's good peoples. So Caroline Elder again, mulatto. All right. They try to link her up with somebody who wasn't her husband on purpose. Right? On purpose. Now they're saying that Caroline, now I'm getting a potential dad for Caroline. Hold on, I didn't have that before. And they're saying she's a Miller too. So that means because the Miller's supposed to be coming, look, she's elder. That don't make no sense to me. This might be her father-in-law. Sometimes they put the father-in-law as the dad. So her hints, let's see what her hints say. There's an 1850 hint here. We don't know if this is her. This is Tennessee. And it's probably blank. It says white there, but look, let me show you guys. All right. The color is blank. You see? Blank. This is what I was telling you. That's two already I showed you today. Two 1850 census that put white on the digital part, but when you go into the record, it's blank. So they want you to assume these people are white. And I don't think this is her. Let me see. On that other census, this is how you find out certain things. So on the other census, it says that she was born in Georgia, right? And that other census that we know it's her because William is there. So if this hint is hers, we'd have to prove that she was in Tennessee in 1850 when she was, actually it says 4 here. So she shouldn't be 4. So it's not mixing. I mean, to me, it's, oh, actually, look, everybody's an elder here, though. So it's hard to tell with these ones. You need more. Usually what I do, I think I didn't even do it. I hit search. See what I can find on my own. Tara, it's not really, it's all the 1850. I thought all that, trust me. And so what is it? Let me see what the previous records say. So I went through all the previous records. I went at least 15 pages down, 20, and they were all blank in that year, in that county. Okay? So usually when it's ditto, they add the lines. They add the ditto lines, the double lines. All right? So Martha M. Elder, look at this, from Georgia. See now that, well, actually her name is Caroline, but it could be Caroline Martha. There's an M in between. They're saying she's white too, but she's married to her Charles Elder, so. And this is in Fayette. And let's see what, oh, this one's actually probably does say white because it's 1880. Okay. So it's two possibilities. They either pale skin or they're passing for white. Either way, that's not her, I don't think. Okay, so when you hit search, you're not gonna get like the hints that are more precise, but you're gonna get, you know, things that you're searching for Caroline Elder, right? In Georgia, that's what I'm searching for. Here's a Caroline Eller in Georgia. Probably also says, oh, it doesn't say white, but I bet you that's, oh yeah, it does, but I bet you that's blank too. And this one's 10 years old here. Caroline Elder. This says Pennsylvania. Okay, Caroline Elder, Georgia marriage records. So Adam Early, so that's not her. 1900 from Maine, no. So you guys can see, pretty much, I don't like to guess until I find better possibilities. I actually add them until I'm more sure. So they're saying, somebody's saying her dad is Jacob Miller though, from Wakes, Georgia. Okay, could be. I'd have to add it though. So let's see, let's add it to see what happens. This is tricks. I'm showing you guys how this works. Okay, so sometimes you'll actually find through him that she is the daughter, you know. So let's see, because she could have married an elder and she's actually a Miller, or this could be her father-in-law. So on his hints, we're getting, look, children, Martha Caroline Miller. You see that? Martha Caroline Miller. Jacob Miller, Caroline Miller. So that's why they suggested this. So now where's the elder coming from? Because the elder might be a marriage name. So if she's a Miller, then maybe, again, possibilities, right? Because we know that Girly May's a Miller, right? Her dad, William Miller, and her mom, Jane Hall. So we know he's a Miller. So does that mean that the Miller's coming from the mom? Possibly. Or is she really an elder? Or is his dad a Miller too, and she's a Miller, and they might be related? So many possibilities. But I don't like just guessing, guys. So I left it like that. So you see, it's totally different than the Beyonce's mom's line, right? So it's a lot of guessing, a lot of stuff, and this is what most black folks run into. And then people just assume, oh, these are all slaves. I can't go anywhere. These are all slaves. And they try to make you slaves. See, they were trying to marry her to somebody who had nothing to do with her. The algorithms were doing that. No human was doing that. Okay? It depends on who took the surname for what reasons. It's not always a specific reason like that. Sometimes it's just as crazy as the mom didn't want to acknowledge the dad. You know, it's just like simple. I've many cases like that when I'm doing people's genealogy, actually. We just took my mom because he wasn't around, you know. So I'm like, okay, but it's still your dad, so or still your ancestor. You should still do the genealogy, you know. So that's just an example, right? So I just wanted to go up that so you guys can see where we got stuck at. Maybe you guys might be able to help again. Where did we get Caroline Elder? We got it from the 1870 census, and just to make sure again, because I just want to again make sure it does assist. So it does say Elder there, and that's his mom. That's his mom. So I don't say anything about being widowed. Let's see. That's not the correct person. Right here. Caroline Elder, farm laborer. So this is a occupational census. It doesn't list like if this is the son, mother, but most of the time you know that the head of the household, as you can see the age difference, 28, 7, 6, and 3. That's the mom most likely. Everybody everybody else got Miller. She's the only one with Elder. So I'd be guessing as to why. But I bet you if I was sitting with Beyonce right now, she would have some kind of oral tradition. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, she was actually a Miller because of this, or she married an elder, or she was actually she was adopted by the elders, or you know, something like that. Which is what I always happens when I'm doing genealogy with somebody. Okay, so that's another way I'm verifying this. I don't just do genealogies on my own. The celebrities, yeah, because obviously I don't know Beyonce, and she ain't gonna sit down with me to do this. I don't think JC would let. Oh, I didn't say that. Whoop. But anyways, let's continue. That was through Girly May Knowles. We're gonna close that line. All right. Remember, we're going up Matthew Knowles. That's her dad. Her grandparent, her great grand. Actually, that was her great grandfather. Her great grandfather Taylor now, and her second great grandparents James Isaac Knowles, and who they were saying is a full-blooded Cherokee, Sarah Elizabeth Dixon Knowles. Yeah. So let's go up James Isaac. Again, these are the siblings, a lot of kids, you see. They got their own hints and their own families and genealogies. Other cousins, late distant cousins of Beyonce. You know, and other lines that people don't even know they're related to her. Yeah. So his dad, okay. Let's see how we got, yep. So 1870, James Knowles. Third father, Henry and Elmira. Right, and his siblings, you guys can see. 1900, he's older now, he's 33. And it's pretty interesting. It says his dad is born in South Carolina here and his mom Alabama in this census. Why? Remember, a lot of the time census takers, you know, this is what they're saying. A lot of times not filled out by the actual people, but they might have heard something or maybe they thought something. Let's see if that's what it says in 1910. Fathers, yeah, South Carolina, Alabama, so that's probably correct. 1870, I don't see if it said that. It doesn't really infer where they're from. Okay. But I just wanted to show you real people. All right, real genealogies. All right, Taylor, this is his funeral record. That's where he's buried. Again, Isaac, her second great grandfather. And of course, many of the family members have also the parents. Okay. There you go. So many families, 11 different ancestry trees have the same thing. All right, so this is pretty verified here. All right, going continuing up the Knowles side, we reach Henry Knowles, and guess what? Dead end, huh? We got a little hint here. So I was able to find that his name might be Henry Thomas Knowles. Now this hint is saying that his dad is Henry Knowles and Lucinda Smith. This is mom from 1790. This other family is saying his dad is Joseph Alexander Knowles from 1812, and Maria Elizabeth Batchelor, a whole different family. This family is saying Joseph as well. This one's saying Joseph. So 3 families are saying Joseph and one saying Henry. How do I know which one's correct? It's 2 different things, you know. So what I usually do is I go to the families that have this stuff, and as you guys can see, this guy right here has no records for the parents. He just has other trees, other family trees. This one, which let's see what record they have. This is what he's going off. They have no other trees. They have no records as well. And they also going off a family tree, which is this one, Erica Knowles, which is probably those 3 family trees we just saw. And she's also going off another family. Do you see the cycle? You guys see there's no sources. You see the cycle? All right, Ash C, let's see what he's using. Look at the cycle, guys. They're all using each other. Who was the first person to place this? It could have been Genie, from Genie. But he's using this guy. Let me see what they're using. And look, guy. You see how I followed all the trail? And this guy has no sources. That's where they got all this from. So, again, no sources as I clicked on him. So that's why I wasn't too sure of adding these things. It's not like Beyonce's lines where there's so many different family trees and so much info and actual records popping up just to verify something at least. Now he could be a junior. When I go to this one, that they're saying that is Henry. All right, Rita, she says, hey, this is his dad. There's a slave schedule here. The slave owner JB, I ran into that guy, possible dad for him, but it wasn't his dad. That guy was married to somebody else and everything else. He did know Henry, and it seems Henry worked for him or indentured to him. So he's supposed to be in here. This is what I'm saying. But he also could be family. That could be his uncle. That could be his uncle, even though it's not his dad. Could be his uncle. It doesn't have to necessarily mean is this just the same case. Same case as what we saw over there. All right, so this is where they get into Henry. And so this guy's white, and he's birthed in Georgia, and he's in Jackson, Florida, though. So that doesn't convince me too much. That's like a whole different place. And then you got Henry Knowles in 1870, and he's with Elmira. So this one's the only one I can really confirm. All right. So, all right, this is another thing I wanted to show. Whenever you have Georgia returns of qualified voters, Reconstruction knows this is him, because that's him in Chattanooga. That's him. They were in the same time. Usually it's because they were part of the Confederates and they had to sign a document when they lost, when the Union took over, right? And say, hey, I never rebelled or will never rebel again, and I'm not part of any other government or whatever. As it says here, let me show you. Henry Knowles, I, Henry Knowles, do solemnly swear in the presence of Almighty God, state of Georgia, that I have not been disfranchised for participating in any rebellion or civil war against the United States, nor for felony. And I'm 21 years old and I have not been disfranchised. Okay, yeah. committed against the laws of any state or right. So all the Confederate people had to sign this, guys. If you don't know what this is when it comes up for your ancestors, a lot of them, that's what that means a lot of the time. They had to sign these things. So does it mean he was a southern racist white man? No. Confederate doesn't mean that. Starts to hijack. Remember that even the 5 civilized tribes were in the Confederate side. Believe it or not, they were also part of the Loyalists during the Revolutionary War. Yeah, this is something people don't like to mention. Yeah, so that's how a lot of your folks ended up Confederates. And plus they were southern farmers. They had land and the North was coming to cut their throats, they said. They literally said that, and take their land. So they, of course, they fought back. So you guys kind of see why. Okay, so this one. U.S. Southern Claims Commission disallowed BARD. So somehow they're saying, this is where I was reading, where Henry Knowles says, yeah, I know J.B. Knowles. He lived down the street all my life, but I don't own anything of his, right? I'm like, why is he saying all this? Like, why is this even a case? So possible foul play here, guys, possible foul play. And the funny thing is, of course, this is his signature and X. We're supposed to trust he actually read and signed this. So very iffy here when it comes to the Knowles, right? Very iffy. JB, the supposed slave owner, had something to do with him. If not, it wouldn't be a case where he would be trying to claim his land. Why would he be claiming his land if that's his slave? Why would he be claiming his land? So yeah, I read a whole thing into it, guys, when I was doing this. I read that whole thing, even though it was hard to read that cursive. It was really hard. I read it. And he said, yeah, I know Mr. J.B. Knowles. I lived down the street all my life. I knew him. I worked for him. He later said, I worked for him. Yeah, why would he be claiming the guy's land? Maybe it was his land, but they made him, right? They disfranchised him. The union maybe disfranchised him. The union, they just said that you have to sign, right? So that's another thing. Maybe it wasn't always the white man disfranchising black people. Maybe it was the union coming down there disfranchising people. All right. So I just wanted to show you, but remember what we read earlier. Did you guys forget? Remember what we read earlier? Somebody in the Bahamas and that knows the Beyonce's family says it has been stated in both Bahamian and American media that Beyonce and Solange Knowles are Bahamian Americans through their father, Matthew. So most likely, guys, the Knowles surname, not everybody, but the Knowles surname might be coming through the Bahamas. And we already know who was there. That does make sense if these people are coming from. Remember, they were saying his dad is from South Carolina. So that makes sense. A lot of people from Bahamas ended up in South Carolinas, right? So, for example, this is how sometimes I would. So Knowles family history, South Carolina. And sometimes you get lucky. You get really lucky. You get a whole website explaining it. You know? And then you might end up seeing, oh, they did end up coming from Bahamas. And then it starts matching. So it kind of makes sense. And I think they're right when they're saying this about the Knowles part of the family. And then they came up, obviously married out Indians, right? The wife, check out the wife's last name, Elmira Flattery. Irish. Remember in the beginning, they were saying she's part Irish. She has some Irish. You know, they were saying earlier when we were reading, right? Flattery is an Irish, right, name. And again, it stops right there. I hit search. Elmira Mimi, her nickname. They literally called her Mimi on records. They were calling her Mimi. I have cousins called Mimi, right? My cousins called Mimi. I see a lot of similarities, especially with the Louisiana people, with the names and stuff. But anyways, Flattery. Elmira Knowles, New Hampshire. Nope, that's not her. E. Knowles, Alabama, female. Possibly. Could be her. 16 years old. Robert might be the dad here. No, actually, she's not a Knowles. Remember, that's a marriage name. So we got to remove the Knowles when we hit search. This is, I'm showing you guys how to kind of function, navigate through this website and when you're searching extra stuff, when you're not just relying on hints. This is little tricks I do So we want to just search for Elmira Mimi Flattery, right? Alabama, 1844. No other last names. Paris, Paris. We're not giving fools my energy. I'm checking fools, embarrassing them, and making an example out of them for anybody else that's coming that he represents. Because it's not just one individual we go at, Paris. So if you don't like it, you can leave too. If you don't like me going at people, you don't have to be here either. So Elmira Flattery, Miss Mammy Flattery, Georgia. That has to be her, right? I mean, 1902, she passed away. Well, yeah, she could have still been alive. We don't know. She was born in 1844, so definitely. That's most likely her, guys. So, this is kind of like what I would spend days on verifying and just making sure. But what I look for when I check these is like a census when she's young. Maybe, let me see. Because we have the 1870, maybe one in the 1860s. So let me look for census from 1860 and see if anything pops up. I think I already did this when I was doing it on my own. But as you guys can see, I don't really get much. I get E. Flattery from Ireland, Ontario, Mary E. Flattery, Maryland, 1960. So we're hitting a lot of dead ends here. Do you guys see the difference between her mom's side, right? And that's through the nose. Now, go up Sarah Dixon Knowles. This one was not easy. I had to actually read a lot and make sure because they were trying to give me so many different dads and moms, guys. And and they were trying to make her a slave, literally. They were trying to make her a slave. So many slave masters. And then I finally was able to read a lot of the story of the oral traditions and go through the hints properly. And I noticed many of the family members also had the correct information, which was Alfred Henry Dixon and Hannah Pryor. All right, Alfred Dixon, Hannah Pryor, William Alfred Dixon, Hannah Pryor. It might not even be William because there was a William something they were trying to make her a slave to. So Alfred, Hannah Pryor. So you see all the families kind of have the same thing. And we read earlier, we were reading about her being full-blooded Cherokee, that was her parents, Alfred and Hannah. Okay? Let's go to her picture, which I colorized. Go to gallery. Hey, G-Play, thank you for the donations. Yeah, we've been here a while. How long we been here? 4 hours. Oh, good. Don't worry, man. You guys see it's not that much on this side. But that's her right here. All right. Again, I colorized the image right here. $1900. Says she's listed as black, and then I listed her age here, but she's married to Isaac. 1910, 30. All right. It says her father's from North Carolina, her mom's from North Carolina. That's what they're saying. Let me see what it says, 1900. Doesn't say about her father. Mother's birthplace, Alabama. So you see a lot of the census takers, they're guessing or they're just assuming. Can't just go off one census. You gotta really try to discern the info. So now both. So we got more saying Alabama. Okay. So let's go to her parents, right? Who? Oh, okay, we're gonna make us go back. So Alfred Henry Dixon, and that's an image of Henry Dixon. All right. When it came to facts, we have an 1880 census, Henry Dixon right here, so-called black. Georgia, birth in Georgia. It says fathers from South Carolina, mother from South Carolina, wife Hannah. All right. We don't have Ike here, but maybe because he wasn't born yet. Let me see, 1880. Ike was born. Actually, Sarah was born 1880, so she might have been a baby or not born yet. Okay, but that is her parents. Remember, they were saying she's full-blooded Cherokee. Full-blooded. That's a big statement. That's a very big statement. Very big statement. Let's go look at her mom. Now her mom, she looks. I mean, let me show you her picture. That's her mom right there. Wow. Okay. From Polk County, Georgia, Marengo, Alabama. Let's see what story we got here. According to family history, Hannah. Okay, now Hannah, her mom, she might have more indigenous, like full-blooded still from 1858, maybe. I'm not saying anything, but she could also still have some kind of, remember the Sephardic Jews and Moors were there since the 1500s, and Roanoke, the Lost Colony, all these things. There's Hernando de Soto left behind a lot of soldiers. There's so much we leave out. There's so much we leave out when we talk about Cherokee. Who are the so-called Cherokee? Cherokee, a lot of the Cherokee were very mixed. Okay. But as you guys can see, yeah, it's a very nice picture of her actually. This is a really nice picture of her. So hopefully they got this framed. I hope Beyonce has this framed. I wonder if she even knows. Well, she probably does. Of course, she must. So that's her. We'll go to her soon. So on Alfred Henry, let me see the hint we got here. So, right here, they didn't really have parents, this family. They just put Dixon. So that's kind of what I ran into. Some people did have Robert and Leticia Miller. We'll verify that. That's stuff I have to kind of verify, but most of the family had, a lot of the lines had that. So, and okay, she's matched to somebody else. All right, Hannah Pryor and Sarah, the daughter, her siblings. Hope you guys enjoying the little genealogy breakdown session we have in here with Beyonce's tree, and we're doing a lot of it live. So you guys are kind of getting a lot of tips, and you're seeing how it kind of works, the website, if you're interested. Pretty basic info you need to get started, which is full names, the years where they were born, the years they passed away, the towns they were born in, and the towns they passed away in. Pretty basic. If you can start with that with your grandparents down, you can probably get hints. Okay. Just go to what we had already. We just added that. Okay, so this is where we're getting the dad from. This is what I was saying. Actually, where did we get the dad from and the parents? It must be in the from other okay, yeah. So other family members, as you guys can see, Rita that was one of them. She has Robert and Leticia Miller. I think pretty much she's been mostly on point, but I don't know about the slave narratives and stuff. But anyway, right here, no parents, no parents. So the only person that really had Robert and Elizabeth was this person who has this tree, Rita. These are her sources right here. Alexander, what's this? So who's Alexander? This is what I'm saying. Who's Alexander? Who's Alexander, guys? That's not Henry. That's not Alfred Henry. That's this guy's parents. You see? So I kind of messed up by doing that, probably by following her example. Okay, what's this? Oh, look at this. Henry Dixon, 6 years old. Then we got Hannah, and then Galloway Dixon. This is probably, this is most likely. So 1860, that guy's born. 1850. Okay, now that's somebody else. 1870. Who's William? William might possibly Henry Dixon's brother. And this might be his actual parents right here. I think these are his actual parents right here. Robert Dixon and Leticia is this guy's parents, you see? Robert Dixon and Leticia. And he's white. And his name is Alexander. So that is incorrect. Okay? But this one right here, 1870, now this one, I do see a Henry Dixon here. So-called black. Which would be, this is a 1870. He's 6, so 1864. About 1860 we have, possibly. 1880. Why do we have William here? So she has a lot of different census. So this is what I'm saying, guys. You got to be careful when you're going off other people's trees. William A. Dixon. This is a whole different person she's using. Okay, so as you guys can see, I got to go back and erase the parents because that's not his parents. And that's you'll do that a lot in when doing genealogy. All right? Because those people are white and they're trying to make him slaves. If you go up there, you're gonna go up the wrong tree. She went up the wrong tree. She went up and just see how they're suggesting it. And she probably got that suggestion too, and she went for it. She went for the bait. And that's a whole different person. That's William L. That's not even his name. Come on, they won't even let me say no sometime. There we go. Okay. Now if we hit search on the Alfred Henry Dixon. Yeah, be careful going up other people's trees. Yeah. I'm glad you guys are in the chat helping me out with the explanations. Thank you. I can't really see the chat. I haven't even been able to see the chat. I don't know what you guys talking about too much. If there's, but thank you. So as you guys can see, that's that lady's tree. She has it wrong. All right. So Alfred Henry Dixon, very Miami, Florida, 1926. Could he have passed away in Miami, Florida? It says this person was born in around 1860. So let's check out that let's check out this information here because that could be him. Alfred Henry Dixon, funeral services. Oh, what happened? Okay. 55, who died at his residence. And 14 terrors were conducted yesterday afternoon in the chapel of Holmes by a white pastor. Okay, so see if it actually said, oh, he was from Alabama and he was the son of this or the father of the husband of, that would help out a lot. But if I add this, I wouldn't even know if that's correct. Let's see if this helps out with something here. Alabama, let's see this. Alfred Dixon, Linden, Alabama. Let's see what it says here. But we're doing this live, right? We're trying to figure out the genealogy live. Marengo, Alabama. That doesn't say much. Okay. And then you see the other results. London. Okay, this one's 1870, Henry Dixon, Alabama. Let's see this one. So call black Marengo. Hey, there you go, guys. Look at this. William Dixon. And that might be his parents. This might be closer to his parents right here. All right. Matches around the same year. He's 8 years old in 1870. Marengo, Alabama. I think I saw them in Marengo. All right. So that actually, see, that's me. I would pursue that. Now, adding it right away, I wouldn't, because there could be that could be a whole different Henry Dixon. His name is Alfred. So, but that's a possibility I would follow up on and try to prove and verify. And then there's another here. Oh, that's Dixon like that. But that's another way of spelling it, which is definitely possible. Born 1861. That's around the same time. Birthplace, Georgia. That's different. We have him in. Now look what we had. We already had Dixon Mills, Marengo, Alabama, guys. I just realized that. I think that's him. I think that's him right there, guys. Dixon Mills, Marengo, Alabama. All right, let me go back. So this is how I usually do it. You know, we gotta really, really verify. Okay. Oh, there you go. 1880. Let me see. Henry, Hannah. Something there. Here they're in Georgia. Here they got them in Georgia. Let me see the other family members. Okay, that's where they got it from. So all the other family members got them in Dixon Mills. Yeah, Dixon Mills. This one just says Alabama. Dixon Mills. Alabama. Dixon Mills passed away. Honestly, I think this is closer to the truth right here. I'm gonna add this one, guys. See what happens. Sometimes by adding these, you get the hints to start coming out. So you see how if we would have followed the other example, we would have got. Oh, you see how? Okay, that's another example. You see what happened? They didn't add the parents. They do that on purpose during this time, so you don't keep going. So now I got to do it manually. So 1870, we have a William who's 22. Hold on. And Jane who's 20. Right? So 1870, 22. That means he was 1848. Okay. So we got here. So let's add that. So add father, William Dixon. About 1848, Alabama. And then we don't know the death date, and that's pretty much all we know here, guys. And so we hit save. I'm gonna add the mother, Hannah. Oh, just Hannah. Oh no, actually, sorry, Jane. Yeah, Jane Dixon, and we'll add Dixon. We don't know her maiden name. And she was 20 years old, it says, about 1850. Alabama. All right. And guys, you don't know how many times I've done this, and I've gone with my instinct. Usually my instincts on this is pretty good, and then all of a sudden the hints start popping out and verifying, and or the person will tell me, yeah, that's correct. That's our. My mom verified, yeah, you were right. My mom asked my grandfather, and yeah, that's her third great grandfather. So, you know, things like that. Now, hopefully, by adding that, see, they're still not giving us the hints. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna attach that last hint to this William, so the algorithms can know that that's the same William I got here. So we're gonna open the record, right? And we go down where you can click on the people. You see that? So I can click on William, right? And I'm gonna say save to someone in your tree, and you pick the tree that you're working on, and you put William, and you find William Dixon, and you hit attach. And now I can attach it to him and his wife. Now they both got the record attached to them. And maybe that might break the algorithms and have them start spitting out stuff. But you see, why won't they give me William's parents? Come on. And I just attached that. So you see? But I think, honestly, guys, I think I'm on to something right there. Anybody can verify and debunk me if they like. I think that's his parents more. All right, not a lot of hints. When you hit search, not a lot of people came up. You know, stuff in Ireland and Quebec and Maine and London. So that was the only American one, and it matched the exact town. How is that? That's not a coincidence. Exact town where the other families already had them living and passing away. Now we got Hannah's side. Pryor, his wife, in 1870. Yeah, so I guess they lived in Georgia for a while. They were in Georgia. In 1880. Yeah, in Georgia. So that's where they kind of ended up. Let me see, ancestry trees. Marengo, Alabama. And they got Lucius Augustus Pryor. I'm a little conflicted with this, but see, now they got Francis here and Mary Teague, Mary Jane Clower, Mary J. Pryor, Mary J. Teague, Mary Teague. Okay, hold. can clout her again. But she might have been married twice. Mary. Okay. So remember, they're saying she might be full-blooded Cherokee. And we go up her parents' line, Lucius Augustus Pryor. And there's a whole bunch of hints here that I didn't have before. And here's let's read a little bit. So it says that Lis Lucius was the son of Asa and Sarah Witcher Pryor. He was the 11th of 14 children. His father was one of the founding fathers of Cedartown, Georgia. Lucius and 2 brothers and 2 sisters were born deaf-mute. So founding fathers, right? Lewis attended American School for Deaf in Hartford, Connecticut for a short time. He was expelled for what his records show as failure to follow the rules and a general evil affluence. He also attended the deaf-mute department of the Hearn Manual Labor, which was later Georgia School of Deaf. This is where he met Mary Teague Holt, who was a student also. They were soon married and began life that was by no means easy. During their marriage, they had 8 children, of whom none were deaf or mute. At Lucius' father's death, Asa and his deaf-mute brothers and sisters inherited 1,000 each. Okay. So let me see where we match up here. Not anything is known by this family member about Lucius Pryor after the killing of Hayden Pryor. Oh, we missed that. So hold on. This is though has been feasible. His father was one of the largest landowners in the county and was a wealthy man by all records. Even though he had gotten the land, it was stipulated that one of his brothers be appointed trustee to look out for his behalf. This trustee was his brother Hayden Pryor, who was later, 1856, killed by a band of rogue bandits called Colquitt's Raiders. This was at the end of the Civil War. Not anything is known by this family member about Lucius Pryor after the killing of Hayden Pryor, other than it is thought that he and Mary are buried at the Church of Christ in Borden Springs, Alabama. It was said that their graves were marked with field stones only. I have been there and found no markers for them. It is known that Mary was living in the house with her daughter Sarah Ann and her husband John David Ferguson in the 1900 census. So, hey, that kind of sounds like black folks' burial cemeteries, because they neglected a lot of the old cemeteries for black folks, unkept, unmarked, and Indians. You guys know. But this is why. So a lot of so-called white people have Lucius looking like this, right? Looking like Christian Bale, looking like Christian Bale, time traveler Christian Bale. You guys don't believe me, huh? Christian Bale, I got a good picture for that. Watch. Christian Bale. Hold on. All right, Christian Bale. Oh man, where'd I put it? Christian Bale, the time traveler. Pretty good actor though. I'll give him that. Pretty good actor though. The time traveler, no sir. They got the mystery music going on and everything. Uh-oh. The Dark Knight. It's Dark Knight. So, yeah. So when you go to like these people's trees, let me see. That's what I'm saying. There's like no connection to Mary Teague. Oh, hold on. Let me see. 1860. Who's Robert? Like 1870. Lucius A. Pryor. There we go. Lucius, white, deaf. Oh, okay. Mary Teague. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see. So, honestly, guys, I haven't been able to verify this because I still doubt all this. I don't see the connection with. Who are we working with? I forgot already. His wife, Hannah. Go back. I got too many windows open. Hold on. Okay. So yeah. How is she his dad, And then we got her being born in Georgia and Alabama. Okay, that matches the kind of story. Mary Jane Hogue, I don't see the connection with him and Hannah. So this is, so 21 sources, 21 hints, let's see. Could be though, she's very light-skinned, right? Very light-skinned. So is he who they're calling Cherokee? Okay, I read this. Yeah, there's no Hannah in here. That's what I was saying. I didn't find no. Okay. This is his home, supposedly. And the picture they're using, supposedly. This is the pictures, right? Where's Hannah? Is that him? What's all this stuff? That's what I'm saying, guys. Sometimes they just add in stuff. And that's why I haven't added none of this stuff. I don't see how she goes back to Hannah. I don't see the connection. But I think that was added there by suggestion, actually. I don't really see a connection there. And maybe she had her as an indentured servant. Now Mary Jane Hogue is supposed to be her mom. 1870. Mary J. Pryor, look at this, black. And Hannah's here, right? So we do have the mom, Mary J. Pryor. That's what we have. What they're saying is Hogue. Mary Jane Hogue and Pryor. But we didn't have no dad there, right? There's no dad there. So those pictures are all white people, and they're not matching the names here. Okay. 16 hints. Miss Mary Teague is not Mary Jane. See the difference? Mary Teague, Mary Jane. That's two different people, guys. Mary Teague Hogue. That's who he was married to. Now I know for sure, because I hadn't got this far yet. I hadn't really gone through these hints yet. Okay, Mary Pryor now, in Alabama. Let me see. That's probably her though, and that's Lucius. Yeah, that's them right there. Yep, white. Mother's birthplace, Tennessee. So that's Mary Teague, and Lucius. These are all Mary Teague. All these hints are Mary Teague. They're not for her. Her mom is Mary J. Pryor, which we are assuming is Hogue. I don't know why we're actually assuming that. I haven't seen that. Only record we have, the 1871, right? And then the families, again, those could be wrong because they could have just added. And they're calling her Mary Teague, Mary Jane Clower. Now the Clower might be her, and I didn't, and I just totally ignored that because I hadn't really sat down to this. But that might actually be her maiden name, Clower. Or she might be the Pryor. See how they mix they mix the two people up together, Mary Jane Hogue Clower. So this is the confusion people be doing. Now let's go up. Okay, so this is something we definitely gotta fix. We definitely gotta fix this. Okay. First, let's remove the Hogue. Okay. So again, why am I doing that? Because that was the Mary Teague Hogue, those are her parents. This is not the same people as Mary Jane. Okay. And what we have of Mary Jane, we don't even have Hogue. We have Mary Jane Pryor. We have actually Mary J. But I guess we'll leave Pryor because a lot of people have Jane, and it makes sense. Now what we can add is maybe the possibly. Again, these are all for Hogue. These are all wrong. It's all for the other lady, and that happens a lot. Just because you get hints don't mean they're correct. That's why you gotta hit ignore or no, yes, no. These are all for the other lady. Married Teague Hope. Married Teague Hope. Married to that white guy. Married to Christian Bell. Sorry. It's Christian Bell, the time traveler. Christian Bell. These are all about her and Lucius. These are all wrong. And none of these records are gonna say Hannah's the daughter, because that's not her parents. Okay. And even this is all wrong because it has the Hogue. Most likely. Yeah, Hogue. Married Teague Hogue. Married Teague Hogue, yep. So sometimes the algorithms will do that, will throw a bunch of hints your way that are not the person. Don't start adding everything just because it's telling you to. And again, they're still trying to make me add the wrong mom. No. Hold on. Ignore. Okay. Now, we did get another surname. Alright? Now we know this is true right here. We know this is real right here. Hannah's right here. Full-blooded Cherokee, right? Her mom, Mary J. Pryor. That's all we got. That's all we got. We go into the record. Says she's from Georgia. And that's all we got. That's all we got, guys. So let me hit search. I don't want to conjecture, and I don't want to add what everybody else is adding just because everybody at this time is supposed to be a slave, and that has to be her white slave master, owner, or father. Mary J. Pryor, 1850. Remember that these 1850 census, they're all blank. You want another example? I'll show you another example. All right, how many do I got to show you today from different counties, from different states, right? They all are blank. I'm gonna go to the previous page just so you can see. All right, blank as well. Let me go back. So why they put in white, guys? In 1850, why are they all blank? Why? What's the point of this column? You're not gonna use it, but they do use it sometimes. But this is what I want to show you. All conjecture. There's a Mary J. Pryor here. Supposedly. Oh. Let's see where she go. Go back. Yeah, Mary J. Pryor. Supposed to be 8. So according to this, if this is her, and if she is a Pryor, and the daughter Hannah got her name, then this would mean that Hayden and Ann is the mom, right? Well, we don't know what complexion they're just putting Mary Pryor. So Mary Pryor here, 1880. And we got black. Hampton, Polk. Now we're talking about the same area. All right. Wife of who? Dennis Pryor. Okay. So maybe, so 1880, right? So Hannah was with her in 1870. And Hannah was 12. So by the time Hannah, 1880 comes by, she probably already living with her husband, right? Do we have that census? Hannah Dixon, Henry Dixon. Yes, we do. We already had that, remember? Okay, that's why she wouldn't be in the 1880 census. I think this is them right here, guys. That might be her parents. And then we got Mary Jane Pryor from England. Nope. Hannah Pryor, Anna. That's also in Polk. This is 1900. White. Married to James. No, different people. Let me look at this one. So Mary Pryor. So according to this, if this is Mary Pryor, then that means, oh, actually, no, it doesn't mean. It means she married a Pryor, yeah. She married a Pryor, and these would be Hannah's siblings. And Sarah was gone, right? By the time, let me see. So we got an Emily and a Suzanne. No, this is what? Let's go back to the 1870. That's what I want to look at. Okay. Hannah's 12, and there's a Mary and a Melinda. So I'm assuming it's her siblings, Mary and Melinda. Let me see. Don't see a Mary and Melinda, but they could be gone too. So with this one, I would actually, me myself would actually keep digging. I would keep digging. I would actually, so here goes Mary Pryor with Dennis, spouse. Yeah, I would definitely keep digging on my own. Let me see this one. Mary J. Pryor. So even though this lady is married, so she got the Pryor name from a marriage, so she still could be the other last name we're seeing popping up. All right. Which, let's go back to it. I'm gonna see again what it is. And we had Flower, right? Flower. Mary Jane. Other families literally just had her as Flower, Mary Jane Flower. All right. See, like this family. That's saying they're her, so that might be her maiden name. So let me hit search under Mary Jane Clower. See what we get. What gets put on timeout? What are you guys talking about? Let me see what he said. You don't third the people who never stop following the law. This is why, huh? The King sellout James. All right, well, you're way off topic, that shorty Ninimo. So don't take it personal. Hey, Kikatura, keep doing your thing, man. He's way off topic, babbling. That has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. If you want to have a conversation, go create a group somewhere on Discord or Telegram or something, Twitter, and then talk about whatever you like. You're off topic. Okay, now I know. See, now you're showing why you're disrupting. See, they always show their true colors. So you were right, Kinkatura. He says, and it's offensive to tell a person that has no white genealogy nor DNA. We, the same nobody in my family, come from white, and we had our own talent. See, he's just taking it personal. I don't deal with people like this. Like, what is he? First of all, if you should be paying attention to me and not nobody in the chat. All right. And then second, you just babbling. You're not saying anything. What are you talking about, man? Nobody's pinpointing or at somebody specifically. What are you talking about, man? You're gone. Geronimo. Oh, I get it. Are you a Native American? Tell the truth. All right. Geronimo. Prester. Yeah. What you know about Prester? What you know about the Prester? Come on, man. All right. Let's continue, guys. Sorry about that. All right. I'm going to look for a Mary J. Clower without the prior. And this will be the last attempt I do on this side. And we can continue, guys. We're literally almost done. Literally. All right. So we're going to look for Mary Jane Clower. And look at that. Mary Jane Clower, relative of William Clower. So there is a Mary. They're saying white here. This is an 1860 census. So let's check it out. And I knew it. Because a lot of these are blank too. You see that? Blank. He thinks I'm just making up things. They're blank. It's an assumption to call these people so-called white when the thing is blank. It's not describing their color. And it looks like it's been whited out. So I'm not going to do that. Jane Clower. There we go. Hold on, guys. We find Jane Clower. I don't think these are a coincidence. We're finding people with this specific name in Georgia. So-called black. Spouse's name, Doc Clower. Okay, so she might have the Clower from that. All right. Might not be her, but might be. Hold on. Let me just... Okay. Mary Clowers. Georgia. Widowed. Mary Jane Clower. Virgil Roberts. Mary Jane Clower, Arkansas, Georgia Death Records, Mary Jane Clower. Emily Mathis, T.A. Mathis, okay. So, inconclusive. I know it's not Hogue, because Hogue is the other. Hogue is not correct. That's a whole different person. Oh, I lost my place now. Let me go back to my tree. Okay. Hey guys, don't worry about the whole timing out thing. I think people get it. Like, nobody's trying to really distract other than the new people who are actually, they come here with their own personal agendas, guys. Don't you guys? You guys should see the pattern by now. Every time that somebody starts complaining or getting timed out, that person has a personal agenda. Eventually, they get mad enough, their ego comes out and they snitch on themselves, they expose themselves. I don't know how I ended up in the Dillard Carter. So let's go to her tree. Okay. So, as you guys can see, conclusive, it's not elusive. See, they're still trying to add the guy, you see? They're still trying to add that guy. That's Ancestry doing that. That's why black folks just keep doing it. They just keep adding it. Okay, look, it won't go away. I just hit no. Okay, here it goes. It'll come back later, you'll see. So, full-blooded Cherokee it is. All right? Full-blooded Cherokee it is until you can prove it wrong. Full-blooded Cherokee. Whatever you want to assume that is. Full-blooded Cherokee, okay? Until proven wrong. All right, the mother of Sarah Dixon. Let's go back now, guys. All right, we went up Gurley Knowles, we went up the Knowles of the Dixons, we went up the Millers. All right, now we're gonna go up. That was through her paternal. Now we're gonna go up her maternal, through her grandmother, through her dad's side. Okay, Lou Helen Hogue. We do have a Hogue here, but that's a whole different person. This is a whole different timeline, and time period and place. All right, this is the real Hogues. No, all right, so 1930 census. She's 7 years old, living in Perry, Alabama. Marion, daughter of Dave Hogue and Hester Hogue. All right, and Lou's right here. 1940. 18, still living with Dave and Hester. Okay. Find her grave. All right. Timing out on us. It's timing out on us. Okay, here we go. That's her record on the grave. Social Security, all that. We know the parents. We go to the gallery. Now, not sure if this is her, but this is the photos that were here, guys. So it's either the mom or the daughter. I don't know which one is her, but I said it was the mom because of the clothing. It looks a little older. The time periods, right, where her birth is and all that. So I'm thinking that's the mom. I may be wrong. So she may be the daughter. See, because she was born in 1922 and passed away in 19. So that's why I'm saying that's probably her. All right. So she married a foster. She didn't. She's not a foster. She's Hogue. She's Hogue. Okay? Hogue and Moore. That's her genealogy. Hogue and Moore, not Foster. Foster is a marriage name. Okay? We're gonna go up her dad Davis, Dave Hogue, Perry, Alabama. All right, 1900 census. He's 19. Living with Jim Hogue and Rosa Hogue. These are his parents. All right, Jim or James Hogue. And Marion Perry. All right, still. Yeah, it says she passed away young. A lot of these people. 1910, 26, and he's with Rosetta. All right, another wife. Yeah, okay. 1920, and he's with Hester. And okay, and let's see, Alabama County marriage record, Hester Moore, Dave Hogue, Perry, Alabama. All right, these are the real people, real people. What do you mean? You know, like, how do you know these are accurate? You gotta know. You gotta know. You gotta be a genealogist. You gotta really know. There's no guessing. If you're guessing, you're doing it wrong. You're not supposed to guess with genealogy. And if it is, it has to be a very, very educated guess and based off a lot of things. Or else you're just literally just guessing. Okay, so yeah, so we're in the right track though. I just want you guys to see how I got to these people. Okay, so the mom is Hester Moore. At 9, here she is. She's living with Pinckney Moore and Irene, whose last name is Gorey. All right, and they're in Alabama. Those are her parents. All right, verified. Pinckney, and this is even part of their family history. We read it earlier. Pinckney Moore, Pinckney Hogue. Right? No, Moore. Sorry, Pinckney Moore. They were trying to make him a Madison. That was a whole different guy. That was a white guy married to a whole different person. And that's why I was trying to tell you guys to be very careful. Be very careful. So there you go. Pinky Madison Moore. That's a whole different person. They were trying to marry him. Or his dad to be. That's a whole different Pinky Moore than the one that we're dealing with. All that took time to figure out. And it was a headache. But I figured it out. And we found the correct one. That's not so-called white and married to somebody else with different kids living somewhere else. So go back again. Helen and Hogue. So on the Hogue side again, Jim Hogue. Right. Still in Alabama. (1870). He's 35 with Rosetta. We got that already. 1900. He's all 67. So these are like later on in his life. Here's a marriage record. James and Ella Foster. So that's Rosella. Well, she was coming in as a foster as well too. But Ella. That was another one she was married to. But that's not the genealogy. The genealogy goes through the Moore. Okay. Perry Farmer. If you guys notice, Farmer, all these people farming. That's what it's been saying, farming. Even on the other side and the mom's side as well. So the dad here in this case, this came from, I didn't see it really listed anywhere. Let me see, where did it come from? Okay, it came from them right here. These two families, okay? So let's go to those families. James Hogue. All right, that's the same records we have. They don't have no records for the parents, guys. So not sure where they got it from. When we go to their Alex Hogue parent, there's no sources, as you guys can see. So possible they're right. Possibly that they just know there's a family Bible somewhere. So Mima Hogue, she did have a record for Mima Hogue or Myrna. Oh, I think I have this. Yeah, I have this. And Alex. Here goes Alex and Mima, but they're living alone. They're older and they don't have no kids with them, so you can't really verify, but they are black folks. All right, but as you guys can see, I think, yeah, I definitely noticed this last time. Hogue, all the neighbors are Hogue. This is all family. Look, Jasper Moore, Celia Moore. Look, James Hogue and Rosella. They're right here. They're almost neighbors. So most likely, guys, that's why I kept them. Most likely that is their parents, and they all living next to each other. You guys see that? Alex Hogue and Myrna. And here goes James. Where'd it go? James and Rosetta right here. Okay, not too far apart from each other. So that's kind of how I like give people the benefit of the doubt. I don't just leave things if it's inconclusive. So that's kind of why I left that. So it does appear that there is a Alex Hogue. All right, and we got the census again. Perry, Mima living very close to James. James was supposed to be his son. Very close to them, like almost neighbors. Okay, and that's probably like the same land. They just build houses in the same land, and now they're trying to separate it by household, but they're probably all in the same land, right? On the Moore side, that's where we got to. Rosetta Moore, Ella Moore, North Carolina. You guys see? Perry, Alabama, where she ended up. Rose. So the Ella is not her. She's Rosetta. Well, I guess you can call Rosella. Yeah. 1870. That's her again. And we got pretty much stuck with her. Let me see on her families, members. No parents, as you get. Oh, somebody had Dave Moore and Marvy. Okay. Let me see. Why didn't I add that? Let me see. Okay. So she has no records for that, and that's not even her right here. That's Ella Foster. That's the other lady he married. Okay. And then going into Dave Moore, which she has, there's no sources, just the ancestry trees. Okay. So they got it from these people. They probably don't have any records either. Okay. Well, 1940 census. That's pretty. That's not him. At 1895, that's not the same. Rosetta was born in 1836. You see that, guys? They have it wrong. 1895. Her daughter was born 1836. So this is what I'm saying, guys. You got to be careful. Oh, well, this one has 1795. So maybe she was 100 years off, but she just made a mistake. But they, again, no sources. But what I would do, guys, is what I do in my free time is I contact these people, right? Like this guy, and I say, hey, Javier, what's up? I'm doing the tree for, and how do you know this is the parents? Like, how do you know Dave is Rosetta's dad? And he probably might say, well, my grandma told me we have a family Bible. That's all we know. You know, he might say, I don't know. I just saw that in a hint. I'll be like, oh, this guy doesn't know. So I'm just giving you guys hints on how to work on these websites. Use all the sources necessary. Okay? This is not my family, so I'm not going to pursue that probably. I'm not going to bother people. They're like, well, who are you? You're not even my family member. A lot of people get touchy when they find out I'm not their family. And I just be like, well, why are you doing our family tree? I'm like, because, well, this is my channel. This is what I do. I help out a lot of people, and I probably help somebody in your family. They're like, oh, okay. Still, the African slave. And they start coming with the Arab. How do you know they're not slaves? Like, oh my gosh. Don't worry. So it's pretty interesting because as Hester down here was a Moor, right? Pinckney Moore is her dad. Her mother-in-law is also a Moor, right? So they probably might be cousins a little bit, all right? Going up Hester Moore, we have Pinckney Moore, as we saw earlier, from Marion, Alabama. All right, in 1870, 16 years old, living with Calvin and Linda. Those are his parents, all right? Mahala, James, these are all the siblings. Perry, Alabama, so-called black, born about 1854. What slaves? All right, and so on. 1880, 26. All right, living with Rena now. 1880. I'm sorry, that's the same thing. I just clicked. Yeah, I have the same record. 1900, 56. And he's with Irene now. Okay. And we got some marriage records. Him and Irene Gorey, as you guys can see, marriage record, certificate, license, and more stuff here. Other family members confirming. Calvin and Melinda as well. All right. So going up to Calvin Moore, so-called Moore. Again, 1870. That's as far as we can go on him. 840. He's 45 there already. He's a farmer. He's ain't slaves. All right. So-called African American, black. That doesn't say African American on the record. It probably says black, but it doesn't say. They digitize African American here. But let's look at it. Let's look at it. I haven't even. Let's look at it. All right. Calvin Moore, right? Calvin Moore. Color. Look, colored. There you go. My mistake. I am corrected. It actually said colored. It doesn't even say black or African American. Do you guys see that? Look. You see that? So that's what I say. Dodge the hijack. Colored, copper colored, tribes of America colored, copper colored. Calvin Moore, Moore. Oh man, hey, it gets pretty fun sometimes, right? So, uh, he had a couple acres here. Calvin Moore, let's see how many acres he had. A lot of these people had this agricultural stuff here. I just didn't show you guys. This is so much. Calvin Moore has 11 acres. So there's a grassland, pastures, and implements of machinery, $20. Livestock, $80. He has cattle and stuff. He's probably grazing, right? Calvin Moore. So they called him an African American digitized and black. And it didn't even say that, it said colored, right? Now, according to what other family members are saying, I believe, his dad is David Moore, which I just realized. I don't know if you guys realized that was Rosetta's dad, supposedly. They were trying to give us, or something like that. So you guys see, this actually might be correct. And they actually might be cousins, right? They might be cousins through on the Moore side. You see that David Moore, same guy, Dilsey. Now they're saying David Moore, Tennessee, 1795. That's where I ended up. I didn't get no more, no more, no more. But you see all the dead ends we hit on their dad's side, guys. A lot of dead ends. Linda, her maiden name is Brock. Tazewell County, Virginia, saying they ended up in Alabama. A lot of these migrations coming from the East Coast. A lot of people think that their family's been in Alabama for thousands of years, which is right in part in their indigenous side, but not the name. Sometimes the name, the surname's being carried from the East Coast. Okay. So again, that was through the Moors. We're gonna close that. Irene Gorey. Irene Gorey, 1880 census. Irene. Okay, that was her. Alabama says her parents. Pinckney Moore, she married to. 1900. She's 51. She's still with Pinckney. Marriage records, of course. Other family members have her family as Charles Gorey. That's her maiden name, Heather Gorey. Charles Gorey, Hester Gorey, or Heather or Hester. All right. Okay, Charles Gorey, Hester, you guys can see. Return. This is a marriage record. All right. We're still in Perry. I had an 1890 census. I don't know what happened. One of these people, I don't know what happened. They took it away. Thought I was going to run into it. So let's go up. Charles Gorey, that's her dad. Supposedly coming out of Virginia, the Gorey family. All right. 1870 census says he's black. We ain't talking about white people. So-called black from Virginia. Gorey, born 1796. Where does it say he's a slave? Where's all the slaves, guys? Where's all the slaves? Where's the Nigerians? Now that we did her dad's side, where's where's all the Nigerians, huh? Remember they were saying maybe on his dad's side of Kurimeo, maybe. Well, don't you think I already had done this? Charles Gorey, colored. Oh, it says colored. It doesn't say black, actually. It says colored. Upper colored tribes, colored population, Abercrombie, Corliss, Gorey, Wallace. All right, look at Huff, Cochran, Buddy, Muse, what is that? Fuller, Coleman, Baker, Griffin. Come on now, Bone, McGee, Odine, Carlisle, Harris, going back to the ponies and Catawbas, colored tribes of America. Okay, and that's where we ended up in Virginia. Again, we ended up in Virginia a lot in her family, and dead ends there, right? Hester seems to be from North Carolina and Virginia as well. And that's the Gorey line. We cut that off. We go back down. And again, as you guys can see, that was the dad side. That was the paternal side. All right, we did her full genealogy as much as we can. All right, as much as we can. Hold on, guys. My dog just came in and he's like jumping on me. Luna, what you doing? Close the door. Close the door, man. Sorry, guys. Thank you. Hey, guys. What you guys think? That was pretty cool, right? How long we been here? 5 hours and 15 minutes. All right, guys. See, hey, even though the time went by and I didn't expect it to go this long, I didn't know I would have probably thought it, thought twice about doing it, you know. But I'm glad I kind of did it live with you guys. Hey, if if this is too long for some people, then they're not really interested in this stuff, right? They don't want details. They just want to spit in the tube, all right? And ladies and gentlemen, that was the genealogy of Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter, right? The famous singer, musician. That was her genealogy. Foxy Moon. Oh man, you late? No, so don't worry. Just rewatch it. It's 5 hours long. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, you'll get through it. All right. This was episode 9, guys. We're gonna come back with episode 10. We're gonna do Sean Carter's genealogy. I'm not even gonna open it yet. I'm not even gonna show you guys. All right, we're gonna do Jay-Z's genealogy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. Now you guys understand and know Beyonce a little better. Know her history, who her people are, her specific people. You can't group her in your we. Is it always your we? We. You just speak in French, like I said earlier. Every time you be like, we. You just speak in French. All right. This is her specific genealogy. Her specific. My fault, guys. Sorry. Can you guys hear me still? Sorry, my dog's over here jumping on me, disconnecting my headphones. Go sit down. Bad dog. Ain't no we. Well, there's a lot of we's, but you just gotta understand, be more detailed when you're talking about your we's, all right? Much love and respect. We're gonna leave it out with one of the beats from this is what? Let me go. This is Bezo Breeze. Bezo Breeze. Shout out to Bezo Breeze for the beats. Again, thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This was a long presentation. I really want to go. I'm ready to go, guys. I'm ready to go. I'm comfortable. Want to get up, meditate, rest now, and get ready for the next one. Start working on Sean Carter's finishing history, right? We never stop. We stay productive. Always, always. Thanks for tuning in. I hope this helps you guys a lot. We got a lot more genealogies coming on celebrities and all that. Trust me. Trust me. A lot of people, why don't you do this genealogy? Why don't you do this? Trust me, already in the plans. You guys see how extensive it is. It's not easy to do somebody's genealogy, especially when there's a lot of ancestors, like on her mom's side. It was very complex. So you got to keep going and going and going. It's a good thing we did that one first. Good thing we did that one first, right? But if you missed it, check out the full episode on your own. Rewatch it. I'm not gonna make this any longer. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to anybody that donated. If you wanna, if you appreciate what I do, wanna help me out, wanna hold me up to keep going, because YouTube be hating big time. Check out my Patreon page. That's where you can donate and support me monthly if you want, or just one time. And you can download a lot of books there, and you can communicate with me there. Find me on Telegram if you want to chat sometimes. Just don't spam me. Find me and just talk, like really talk. If you're really interested in talking to me in a respectful way. All right. But thanks for tuning in. Thanks to all of you who stuck around the 5 hours. I know who it was. I was watching the chat, at least the ones I couldn't see in the chat, and you were here for the 5 hours. Thank you too. I appreciate you at home listening and being patient with me, and me dealing with the trolls in the chat, even though we're live, so you know appreciate your patience on that. All right, guys. And I don't just let things slide. All right, I go at these dudes because that's why my channel is so clean. You don't see a lot of trolls all the time because I keep these people away. We don't got time for those fools. We don't got time for these fools. We're doing real work here, real history. We're trying to really correct the narratives. I'm trying to really help you, you know, knowing thyself, really knowing thyself in a real way, more detailed way. Uh, you know, you can care or not, but I'm doing it, and many other people are doing it. It's not just me. The truth is coming out. Change is coming. You got to understand that the lies, all that African narratives, that's all going to be a myth one day, and you guys are going to see. All right. And again, what Africans ancestors did she really have here, right? How many slaves did you really find here? And that's the general and most genealogies I do, guys. It's like this, just like this. All right. Don't let them turn you to slaves only and Africans only. You have a deeper history. You have a deeper history, and you're missing out on a lot of your ancestors if you're not going up each line. They all got a story to tell, no matter what they look like. They all have a story to tell. All right. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Wow.
대박! 누가 한다로?
Wow. Wow.